Hello? Hello, 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 hello. It's me. I'm back. We're not working on games today because I'm boring. Also, I have stuff to do. I feel like when I work on games, I tend to get more sucked into the rabbit hole that is game dev. When I'm working on something like, you know, a utility, a tool, it's just easier for me to stop. You know? It's just easier to stop. Yeah, let's get to it, I guess. I don't know. What am I doing? Hey, y'all. Alright. I think that's about the right size. So this is where we ended up yesterday, which is pretty much like the same as expected. Still have a 4-armed lady, but we are hopefully being able to export more data than we usually are. So let's see, the last thing I was doing was user data stuff. So a lot of this stuff I was thinking about yesterday. It's like, oh, actually, if it's just JSON loading, a lot of that is really doable via GD scripts. So there's not really a lot for me to do. There's not a lot of reason to use the Rust stuff, but we might as well use it. We already have it, right? So let's see. So there's the meta stuff. Meta. Then there's a vec of user data. So de-insert. So user data has an internal user data inside of it. I think this one will have to do, or we'll have to add type annotations. So this is a string 2. Oh. Actually, how does loader work with the other things that, you know, aren't exactly strings? I forget. So with the dict helpers. Oh, actually, yeah. So I don't actually have to send over variance arrays. I can just construct a normal vector, and then Godot Rust will handle the conversion to a variance array for me. Okay, cool. Neat. How cool. So user data. It's just, what is a user data target? Okay, there's only one thing inside of it, art mesh. Nice. Okay. So this is a vec of dictionaries. All right, it's looking pretty good. We'll need to do UD user data iter map, and then we'll just run over the entire thing, right? And then collect it later on. So let's d equal dictionary new, and then d into shared as the last thing. Okay. What is this? I guess that'll be fine. A reference to a string. All right, so each X is a user data. Okay. So D, insert target, and then this will have to be a match on x.target. Let's see. So user data target. It's a public enum. Target. Please, code completion, and then hopefully it imported it for me as well. I'm starting to have my doubts though. Yeah, I didn't think it would import it for me. So that's in user data, right? So should be user data target. Should probably be fine. Yeah. Yeah. Sick. The insert ID. So this is also just another string. That's easy. And then value, I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Besides just like a string, that's easy enough. And then I guess we'll just clone it as well. Implicitly by calling toString, not toOwned. But they are functionally equivalent, in my opinion. Alright, so that's user data, version, and meta. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's hit it with a compile. Copy everything over. Looks pretty good. No errors, please. Pretty please. Yeah, he's done it. If we want to be like really thorough, we can also just echo at the end of it. Okay, because we did a set E parameter, so if it didn't work, we wouldn't see the success at the very end. All right. So then here, we can do model, should be user data, I guess. User data. Hopefully this will print with no errors. Where is it? Okay, cool. Neat. And then these are all just art mesh. tie, and then I guess these are Photoshop files? Maybe? I don't know what that means. I could look at the Live2D documentation, but I'm not going to. Alright, what is the last thing I'm not using? So, physics. I don't really have an option to import the physics, unfortunately. When is motion 3 loaded in? Like, I suppose I could just read it, but where do I get the motion from? Oh, did I not? No, motions, and then I just never added it? Oh, that's good. So we can take out physics. I don't think we can do anything with physics unless I patch it myself, which I could. Don't want to, though. Yeah, because it's not a public struct, or at least they're not like things that I can read. Maybe they are. How do I deserialize this? I don't know. Rust, Saturday, to JSON. Sure. I'm assuming that this is a to JSON kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, like, wouldn't this work? So we can just hit it with got physics 3 to string, and that's technically valid. I mean, it doesn't do anything. It's trait bounds. Display, okay, well. It's a, Oh, I need to have Saturday available. Oh no. Okay, well, that's fine, I guess. We don't need physics, probably. I think it'd be easier actually for me to just patch the library that I'm using. So instead of these being all like internal structs, I can just, you know, make all of the fields public. Though it doesn't, there's not like a, I don't think that these are necessary for me to read. This is a... Can you do that? Is that valid? Are you allowed to just underscore it and then... Okay, cool. So we'll use it later, maybe. I'm not sure. Motions. So motions will always exist. So this will be motion data. I think this is the most important thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is like the most important thing for me to have. So save the most important thing for last, of course. Motions, or this is motion data, I suppose. Motion data. Well, we'll just call it motions, right? Motions. Motions. Just like that. All right, physics we're not using. We might use it though. I'll patch it if I need to access any of that stuff on the Godot side, but I don't think I do. Let's see, this stuff. So each motion. I'm trying to remember where. Why is this so strange? So model, file references, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I remember. So all of these have just a bunch of associated files. That's tough. Okay, so motions, so tap body is equal to motion files. Not idle. It'll have to be motion files, JSON 3 file references motions. So file references motions, and then tap body. Okay, cool. Tap body. Iter. It's gonna be very similar to the one right above. So it's a motion 3. From reader. Oh, yeah, I mean, this is almost exactly the same thing. This is exactly the same thing. It's just the initial thing is slightly different. Yeah, okay. Hold on. All right, so what's your problem? There is no problem. Cool. So motions pinch in is equal to motion files pinch in should be okay. Yeah. Now this is where a macro would come in handy for sure, 100%. Of course, that's always a trap, right? Or it's definitely a trap. You know. Why do what you can do manually in about, 10 minutes when you could automate it in about 12 hours? The classic programming conundrum. All right. It's not the most efficient for sure, though. I think if there are more files that all shared the same kind of like file layout, I would actually strongly consider writing a macro for this, but this is fine for now. Not as clean, lots of repetition, but what can you do? I think I could write a function instead. Instead of like writing a macro, I could just encapsulate a lot of this into like an iter function. Right, so all of this stuff could be abstracted away into like its own standalone function, but we'll add it to do. Abstract out the file reading stuff. Yeah, but now we have motions, right? And now we just need to expose that as, Let's see. Just motions, I guess, right? So pub function motions. So this is going to be a dictionary for sure. And I think this is actually I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that this could be. There's a lot of stuff that this could be, but it's hard. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Actually, so this is motion 3. Where is motion 3? I'm looking at motion 3 here. So from reader, and then this has all the meta, curve, and user data stuff. I don't know. We'll think about it later. Dictionary new, and then D into shared as the return value, and then I mean, we just have all of this stuff, and so we just need to build a dictionary for each of the separate fields that we have. So that's idle, tap body, pinch in, pinch out, shake, and then flick head. I think most of these we don't need. I just need to have idle, probably. I think the rest are more for like games and stuff. So not super relevant for whatever I'm doing. So let's do D insert. This will be idle. And then this will have to be another dictionary. Yeah. So D equals dictionary, just another dictionary. A little bit of function overloading, never hurt. Oh, you know what? This could be a dictionary helper, for sure. Since we're just trying to create a dictionary from a motion 3, right? Create dict from motion? Seems a bit sus. Seems a bit sus. Isn't this is just motion, isn't it? No? Maybe? Isn't that valid or no? It is valid. Probably. Alright, so let's do pub function create dict from motion 3. So given some sort of motion 3, they'll give you back a dictionary. And then D into shared, just so we can pass it around in the engine. Otherwise it's going to be exclusive to the current, not the current thread. Well, essentially the current thread, but also the current, like, just the space that it's in. So D insert version, so M dot version. That's pretty easy, right? D insert meta. So meta is a Rust structure for, where is this? Oh, it's just at the top. Oh, good. Fantastic. That's all right. We can figure it out. Let D equal just another dictionary. This dictionary is all the way down into shared. Duration. So this will be we'll just create a temporary variable here, right? Meta is equal to m meta. Just so I don't get confused. Alright, we're just reading from it. Easy, 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 easy. So FPS. This is meta fps d insert. Let's see, looped meta loop. Let's see here, restricted Beziers. Bezier curves are what I hear. They're what make Live2D special. Those are the fancy stuff. That's hard to replicate in other programs. Let's see, curve count, d insert, total segment count, total segment count, total point count, user data count, and then total user data size. Almost there. Data count. Total user data size. Total user data size. All right, there we go. Nice. Back down here, we have curves. Many curves. Okay. So curves, pretty easy except for the segment. So, okay. Let's see. D insert curves. This will need to be another dictionary, and then that inner dictionary is going to need to contain a vector of more dictionaries. Very good. D equal dictionary to shared. So for the moment, it's pretty easy. Actually, how many curves are in? It's a vector of curves. Oh, okay. So hold on. There's a few layers here. So we can, hold on. So we'll do m curves iter map. All right. So each curve, we'll call it C, just so I don't get confused. So each curve C, and then we'll collect it later. Collect. And I think we'll probably need to add a type annotation. So this is a string to vec of more dictionaries. And I believe Rust will just figure out the rest, which is nice. So let D equal dictionary, new, and then D into shared. Yeah, okay. So now this dictionary is now handling the curves, and then inside of curves, we'll do the easy stuff, right? So there's target. Oh yeah, this is what actually I'm not sure. I'm still waiting until I get to the part where it's like, oh, everything makes sense now. Right now I'm just like exposing this stuff into Godot. Not super sure how useful it'll be, except for like debugging purposes. But at the very least, you know, it's something that no one has done yet, so it's not quite like a total waste of time. Might be a waste of my life, but it's all right. At least I'm not wasting it away like just watching some brain dead like Netflix stuff. Or, you know, rewatching The Office for the umpteenth time. I've actually never watched The Office though, so maybe I shouldn't hate. Maybe it's actually really good. Wow, no, I've always found The Office to be kind of cringe. might be a hot take. Oh, okay. So segments are either like actual data structures. Oh man. So segments are either actual data structures or they're tuples. Let's think about this. Well, at least the segment points, that's pretty easy, right? Each segment, and then okay, so this is just the parser. Oh, good. And then it's also written in Rust. What? Linear? Linear. Oh, linear. Oh, okay. This is, yeah, Beji. Curve? Is this curve? I know that this one's corner. Interesting. Step. Ishi pas step. What? Inverse. Oh, inverse. That's not it. Oh, it's two lines. Two small lines is she. One small line is inverse step. Nice. Okay. This is doable, I think. I wonder what if I just import like a variant, will it be okay? I guess this is just going to have to be a variant, and then we'll have to check it on the Godot side to see what it is. So this will be each curve. Yeah, these are curves. Which is a vector of dictionaries, and then this inner dictionary contains segments. Yeah, okay. So this is going to be C dot segments iter map. Is this okay? Oh, we're gonna have to collect it at some point as well. Okay, yeah. So, needs to be some sort of variant. I'm not sure how to do this in Rust. Because Rust is not object oriented. I'm pretty sure variance is just variance is just a struct. I'm pretty sure like I can't just do like let me see, Godot Rust. Oh no, give me the docs. Give me the docs. Where are the docs? Docs. These aren't docs. Yeah, documentation. API docs. He's done it. I don't know. Let's look. Dictionary. What do you got? Core types dictionary. Variance key value pairs. Users may convert arguments to variants before calling to avoid this behavior. It's all right. Yeah, so we can to JSON, don't need that. Iter, don't quite need that. Might be nice though. Oh, this is deprecated. What? What are we doing? Why is this character should be used when mutating shared variant collections? Prefer thread local. Oh, okay. This is only if it's shared. Ooh. How do you know if it's shared or not shared? Eh? Eh? A little confused. It's all right though. Yeah, I mean these look the same. But okay. So actually, what trait handles the casting to variants? From variant. Okay, so there is just from variants, right? Okay. So can't I do, I can match on the, the segment type, I think. Yeah. So match s dot segment. That should be all right. Hold on, we need to import this. Segment. Just so I can, we can figure stuff out. Looks like I'll also need to access the segment point as well. Segment point. All right. So segment, Bezier, do a thing, segment. All right, hold on. All right, I've already messed this up. Okay, linear is first, segment, Bezier. Oh, and then I'm also missing the values I should be working with. This one is an array, or is that a slice? Or is it both? Just a. Segment, stepped. So this is, we'll call it SP, SPA, SPB. This is just like an array, I guess. This is segment points plus, let's call it F. If I was programming like at work, I think I would actually type out the full word. But I'm feeling lazy. I think it's better to type out the full word, in my opinion, because you know, it's just less ambiguous as to what it's supposed to be. Oh, actually, I just need to match on S, right? S should be the segments. Yeah, okay. We're doing it. So it's collecting on several types. We'll need to, depending on which things we're returning, either way, we'll need to convert them to a variance. Okay. That's a bit tough. Well, let's do it. So if it's a linear thingy, let D equal dictionary new. I'm feeling all right about this, actually. Feeling not bad. Feeling not bad. So we can do variance from actually, hold on. Can we do into shared, and then that's probably okay. Can you not do that? Match arms into shared, and then just into. Can I not do that? Trait bounds, nothing. It's not implement. Like this needs to be some sort of variant. Oh, actually, if you want to do that, then you have to do like v variance is equal to like this big match statement, right? And then we'll just return v, like v something like that. I'm on Windows now. Congratulations, you lasted, sounds like 1 day on Linux. Nice. How was it? How was your experience? Implement 2 variants. Sure to dual boot with Linux? I guess. I think if it makes you happy, then who am I to judge, I suppose. Who am I to judge? In my experience though, I almost never, like I used to have a dual boot setup and I was like, I never used like the Linux portion. Two variants. Yeah, so what I usually actually do is I just run Linux on a VM inside of Windows if I ever need any Linux stuff, you know. Like if you really wanted to like learn how to use Linux, you know, it's the same thing about like how, you know, some parents teach their kids how to swim by like throwing them into a pool. I think that's kind of my opinion on it as well. Like if you want to learn how to use Linux, like there's no easy way of doing it, right? You kind of just have to go for it. Sure, what that'll happen to me too. I just have dual boot there and never use it. Yeah. So well, see the thing about having a dual boot there is that it's taking up like space on your drive. So like, and then expanding your drive is kind of hard to do as well. Or reclaiming the lost space, right? Because it's going to be formatted differently. So, you know, just take care. You know, do a little bit of soul searching. Know thine own self to be true. If you lasted, you know, about a day on Linux, are you really going to be using the dual boot portion of Linux as well? Or are you just going to have it there? Or are you doing it for fashion, right? Like, I understand, you know, you want to look like a hacker, so you have Linux installed. But you never actually use it for anything. I get it, you know. Some people do be like that though. Implement 2 variant. Isn't this? This is shared, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Like, because what I'm telling you is that you got to, you know, just force yourself to use it for a little bit. You know, go like, unless you have like excruciating circumstances, otherwise, right? Unless you have other things that you really need to be doing with your Windows portion, you know, just go a month. Just go a month only using Linux. Never turn back, never surrender, etc., etc. And then because you have forced yourself to use Linux for, you know, an indeterminate amount of time, you know, you'll force yourself to, you know, basically just force yourself to learn. You know, because a lot of what you're going to be doing is Googling, like, how do I do this? How do I do that? And that's kind of just programming and, you know, less user-friendly systems in general. That's just kind of how those things work, is that, you know, you ask yourself, like, how does this work? I don't know. Should I Google it? Yes, you should Google it. And then, oh, that's how that works. And then you kind of build up the Google experience. You know, which search terms get me to the, you know, what I want the fastest. In the future, I could buy myself another hard disk for Linux. I don't think you're going to use it. You know, don't lie to yourself. I think you should learn how to, you know, learn how to make games first. What you were originally trying to do. Wouldn't that be a better use of your time? Your limited time on this ball of dirt we call Earth, instead of just, you know, uninstalling Linux over and over again. You know. But if you want to brag to people that you have a Linux portion just on your computer, never tell them that you don't do anything with it, you know. Yeah. That's your prerogative. Do I need to use this? 2 variants. Oh, it's not in scope. But wait, no, that's a trait. I don't need to have the trait in scope. Ooh. Wait, I did need the trait in scope? What? What? Interesting. Yeah, I think I'm kind of harsh. I know I'm coming off kind of harsh, but that's one thing that I don't respect, is people who do things for fashion. But, you know, if it makes you happy, who am I to tell you not to do it? But I think doing things like, you know, like I've told this story before on stream, but it's like, I don't respect people who just learn enough guitar to be like, oh, I play guitar. You know, what can you play? Oh, you know, not much. I can play Smoke on the Water. It's like, yeah, you're not a guitarist. You didn't put in the hours. Sorry. Or you don't have the skill to say that you know, are a guitar player. Or you don't have the skill to say that you are a game developer. Or you don't have the skill to say that you are a Linux user, right? You're just doing it to show off. And, you know, if you're trying to impress somebody, then sure. Just know that you're not impressing me. You know, that's just one of my personal things, is that, you know, you might be able to fool some suckers, but you're not fooling this sucker. Variant array. But I suppose that's also, right, why I'm not a horrible, or I'm not bad at my job. Is that, like, it's very easy for me to sniff out, you know, people who are very clearly lying to me. Let's see. I guess these don't need to have names, and I'll just need to match these on the Godot side, I suppose. That's a bit weird. I'll just stay with Windows for now, probably switch to Linux again someday. You don't need to tell me, Needle Mouse. I'm already unimpressed, so. Alright. Already unenthused. I'll believe it when I see it. It's one of those things. You know, talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. Prove it. Prove it. So let's see. Variant of... you know, it's one of those things that just comes with the territory of I don't know. Like I don't place a lot of value on social connection. What am I talking about? It's starting to get too philosophical. Basically, I don't know. I find almost no value in flaunting to other people. But anyways, I'm going to spend some minutes reinstalling apps again. Yeah, sounds about right. That's why I was kind of surprised as well. I was like, man, you like deleted everything off your hard drive and reinstalled after only a day. Put in no time trying to make it work, but sure. Like reinstalling everything is one of my least favorite things to do, right? At least on Linux, right? You can actually on Windows too. Windows has something similar. I shouldn't say that. Like it's like a Linux only thing. Like Windows, they have like the installation packs, so you can just put it on a flash drive and be like, all right, like here are all the apps I want installed on my, you know, fresh Windows machine. It's one of those things that you can do. I know on Linux is a lot easier about doing that, because then you can just pull a list of all the installed packages that you used to have. And then, you know, just run a shell command and then it'll just work. Well, not necessarily, but it'll just work enough, shall we say. CD insert. Let's see. So there's a time. SP time. And then, oh yeah, this is just the same stuff. Value. SP value. Am I not allowed to do this? Takes 2 arguments. Oh, it's probably like push or something, right? Push. All right. Let's wrap this up into a nice little function. So we do pub function create dict from segment or segment point, right? So it takes a reference to some sort of segment point, and then it's pretty much just going to be this. That's easy. Look at that. Except we don't push it just like that. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah. So, this is now create dictionary from segment points. So we just grab that. Then this is the same. Oop. That's not how you do it. Ooh. What am I doing? This part and then this part. Yeah. At least I freed some space for Windows. Well, doesn't that just mean you like cleaned up your hard drive basically? It's like cleaning up your hard drive with more steps. I suppose. It's like, yeah, there was a spider in my house, so I burnt my house to the ground. So no more spiders. Technically, yeah, I guess. It's not really what I would do, but more power to you if you have that kind of time. And before the Linux switch, I couldn't reset it. You could. Definitely can. For some reason, the Windows update couldn't install. Definitely can. Have you heard of a little something called your registry edit? Yeah. Probably shouldn't do this actually, but look at that. No auto update, hooray. Yeah. So like, I mean, like you always get like the scary registry, like, oh, you're gonna break your computer if you edit your registry, but that's not really how that works, right? It's the same thing as on Linux. Like Linux lets you touch all the stuff that you want, and it'll probably break. Windows is the same thing. I think Windows actually stops you from doing some dangerous stuff, unless you like really force it to. So there's nothing, Linux, there's very little difference between Linux and Windows, except for the fact that like Windows has a bunch of tracking, but Windows has a bunch of tracking. But if you know, if you're willing to search for the answer, you know, both OSs are essentially the same in terms of like end user. Let's see, insert segment point. Create dict from segment points. Screw Windows, see me delete all this stuff in the registry. Well, see, you could have done that on Linux as well. So, you know, I don't don't know what's stopping you from doing that. From iterator. So on Linux, if you just hit it with an rm flag rf /star, I think Ubuntu prevents you from doing that, but you know, I think Arch will let you do it. Yeah, I mean, actually that it doesn't even, that command actually will just delete, it'll try to delete everything and then your system will eventually crash at some point. So it's the same thing. You know, I for whatever reason, like Linux users like to pretend like, oh, we're so much more enlightened on, you know, Windows. And it's like, not really. You just have like I guess less training wheels, I suppose. I was wondering why my Google Drive was a lot of Japanese files. Forgot I downloaded Toho cursors. Toho cursors? You use alternate cursors? Or are you like a streamer or something? Oh, you know what? I don't even need variant. I can just use a dictionary for these. What am I doing? Get out of here. So these are all dictionaries. And then we want to wrap this match statement inside of another pair of brackets. And then we'll do let D equal dictionary. And then at the end, we'll do D into shared. Something like that. Hopefully it'll format itself correctly. So this will be a dictionary of just a bunch of other things. Oh, like I just like magical girls as my cursor. Doesn't that like get in the way? Like I too remember living in like the early 2000s internet when you would go to websites and then they would just change your cursor to like the most obnoxious thing possible. And as a kid, I would be like, "Oh, this is super sick. This is my jam, baby." Let's see. So dict insert. So type will be, okay, so we'll just manually specify the type. That's all right. It's kind of clunky, but what are you gonna do? Value. No, they don't. They actually don't? They actually don't what? Like, I've said a few things, so I'm a little confused as to where we're at. Are you saying, like, they don't get in the way? I don't know. You're talking about, like, not getting in the way. My optimal cursor would probably just be, like, a... I don't know. It's probably just this. Like, I just kind of, like, filter it out in my brain, so I don't even see it anymore. Anything that I can, like, distracts me from whatever I'm looking at, that's too much. They don't get in the way. To each their own, I suppose. To each their own. I feel like having a... Yeah, I mean, that... I've already said my piece, right? It reminds me of, like, early 2000s, like, internet. Or like a... Yeah, Neopets had that as well, right? So, like, your... It's not... It wasn't a clan... Yeah, it was called a clan, right? In Neopets, you could create clans, or is it clubs? They're not guilds in Neopets, but you, like, on your, like... We'll call it a clan, right? On your clan page, you could have, like, your... just cursor. You can change the cursor. Pretty much you could, like, insert whatever you wanted into your, like, clan page, which is hilarious. And so whenever you would go to someone's clan page, it would just be just super obnoxious. Oh, this is so cool. It's programming, but it's really not, but it's close enough, unless they were using JavaScript, in which case it is programming. Changing the cursor, not really programming. But as a dumb kid, I was like, yo, this is super sick. Does this not... Is this not an iter? Ooh. Can I... Oh, do I need to... Am I missing something here? So we collect a value of type something dictionary cannot be built from an iterator over elements of type. Oh. Yeah, this is an array. Sorry. Or this is a vec of dictionaries. Yeah. There we go. There we go. There we go. It's beautiful. Simple. I think that's it, right? And then here, we just need to handle that. What did I call this? Like, this is just a horrible, horrible function. Create dictionary from motion 3. So this is... Oh, yeah. Don't need any of this then. Right. Now we're just inserting... You know, create dictionary from motion 3. So self... motions idle, and then yeah, we'll just repeat this over and over again, I suppose. What is your problem? Found. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. So there's a lot of motions on it, and then each motion, or there's a motion, and then each motion has one-to-many motion, or there's one motions, and then for each motion, it has one-to-many motion thing. Okay. So this is Hold on. We can do it like this. Self motions, or let motions, or let's call it let m equal self motions, right? So I don't have to type things out as much. It doesn't really make too much of a difference. So iter map. We'll get rid of this part. trait dictionary from motion 3 X. Yeah, something like that, right? Trait bound to variants. Oh, right. Then we need to collect it. I always forget. You need to collect it at the very end. Basically, you need to execute the map. Because they're lazily evaluated. AKA not pre-calculated. Even though it is compiled. How does lazy evaluation work in compiled languages? I've actually never... That's the first time I've considered that. Oh, hello. The Wolfpack system. What I am working on, by the way, you might have guessed from the stream title, is porting Live2D to Godot. So this is what I have so far. What I need to do is expose a lot of the Rust data to the Godot side. It's more for like debugging purposes, but that's what I'm doing. Need some assistance. Have you been trying to reach me about my car insurance? So this is what I have so far. Look at that. It's not actually a sprite. It's constructed out of a sprite sheet and multiple meshes. So that's what's implemented via Godot, using like this just horrible line of code. So that's where we're at. Need to borrow. Okay. Boom. I think it was 5 things, question mark. Yeah, so that bot, I wrote that bot myself. So if you want to look at the bot code, by the way, there it is. Look at that. Written in Golang, not Godot. 2 different things. Can you help someone who can't program finish the script someone gave them? It depends on how complicated it is. I can more, give verbal feedback for sure. I think I'm unfortunately, in my downtime, I like to work on stuff I want to work on. But you know, if you have a specific thing you're struggling with, I can see what I can do. You know, there's no such thing as not being able to program, by the way. You know, a lot of programming is just knowing what to Google, right? If you ever see someone who is programming without ever using Google, guess what? You're being taken for a ride, 100%. You're either watching a pre-recording or they're looking at another screen and just copying code off. Like that's how people do code tutorials, by the way. Is like when you see someone like writing a tutorial, that's not just like hello world. What they're actually doing is that they have the full code on another screen and then they're just copying it. 99% of the time, that's what they're doing. How do I know this? Because that is... Oh, and thank you very much for the follow, by the way. Because that's actually company policy at my where I work, is that like if you're doing a demo, a pre-recorded demo, which we do a lot more nowadays, is like that's how you're supposed to do it. Like have the code somewhere else and then just like, you know, just type like, oh, we're typing stuff. Look, I'm so smart, because you know. It looks bad when you just have to constantly like, reference documentation, wait for your code to compile. It fails, why did it fail, etc., etc. Sent images in the Discord. Oh baby, another person has fallen to the Discord. Let's see. Oh, look at this. I'm assuming that this is GD script. Hopefully it's not a Ligma. There's like not a GIF and it's gonna like jump out at me. What am I looking at? Also, is your spacing different? Are your tabs only 2 spaces wide? Man, he's good. Look at that. How does he know? I don't know. Like, what is it supposed to be doing? This code was sent to me. Yes. This checks out. I don't know. Like, what is it supposed to do? What do you want it to do? I don't know. Yeah. We have some code. Not really sure what you want it to do though. Like, is the code supposed to be like intentionally broken? I don't know. Probably not, but I've heard of dumber ideas. So can't figure out how to complete the day-night cycle with clock and seasons. Oh baby, it works! Hooray! I successfully deserialized the data, I think. So it's readable via Godot. It doesn't really help me, but it doesn't really help me implement anything, but it's just nice to have. All right, so your code is supposed to do day-night cycles. Do you know what a modulo is? Do you know what a modulo is? Or like, what's the problem with the code? Does it not work, or like? Okay, so what a modulo is? Let's go into like programming basics. Everyone loves programming basics. How do I? Let's go through some easy programming problems. So we'll be doing this in Python because Python is just the easiest one. And Python is really close to JavaScript as well. Do I have a Python REPL open? Close enough. I can't get it to work, can't figure out how to complete it so it actually works. So what do you have so far then? What do you have so far? Like, where is it failing? Oh, I'm already in Python. Okay. He's done it. Okay. So what a modulo is okay, well actually, here's a question. Here's a question if we're going through like the basics, right? So like, say that it's oh yeah, say it's 8:35 right now, right? What time is it going to be in 30 minutes? You know? It's going to be 9:05. Congratulations, you've just done a modulo. So it's basically like the remainder, right? So if you do something like 3, gotta find it on my keyboard. 3 modulo 2 should be 1, hopefully. I always kind of forget. Okay. yeah. 3 modulo 2 is 1 because that's the remainder. And so that's how I would do a lot of my calculations, is I would do, you know, you would have like current minute be equal to 0, right? Or I guess that would, you could store your current minute. You could store, yeah, you could just store your current minute as 0 and then just save it somewhere. And so in your process, I can see that you have current minute plus equals delta. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. And so what you're trying to do is you're missing integers and variables. That doesn't really make sense to me, but okay. But what I would do is, actually, I suppose you don't need a modulo for this. I can send the errors. I'm not sure, like, without the entire context, right? Like, it, unless you're like, this is like all you have. If this is all you have, then I guess the error would be fine, but I'm assuming that you have like a bunch of other code running. at the same time. That's all you have. Okay, well, what error do you have then? Well, what's the error, right? I mean, what you have is pretty close. So you would use something like, well, we can do it like Python style, right? So like to process delta. And then, right? Current minute, oh, actually, hold on. This is gonna fail. Yeah. Hold on. Minute of hour. So you have your, yeah, you define like a minute equals 0, then you'll have your hour also equals 0. This doesn't really make a lot of sense that's fine. Then you have your day, which is also 0. Can't get day of year on base, can't get index day of year on base integer. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense because you're calling clock dot day of year, right? So of course it's not gonna work. What is clock? What is clock? You must have initialized clock to something. So I'm assuming that you initialize clock to a dictionary, right? Or is that not true? So in Godot terms, this is what it would look like. But I think if you're trying to just do like a simple system like this, I don't know how to do that. What do you mean do that? Do what? Make a clock? So you have, what you have is clock dot day of year. I mean, that's technically valid but it's saying that you can't get index day of year on base integer. So it seems like what you currently have is clock set to like 0. So of course you're not going to be able to get day of year on clock. That makes sense. What you would want to do is initialize your clock variable like so, and then you can do I don't know, you have current, or okay. So your error is day of year. I don't know, we just set it equal to 0. So I can demonstrate like what you're trying to do, I suppose. So day of year. So this will work for me, right? We just look at our thing. Oh, well. We can do something like day of year, something like that, right? A little bit of string formatting. Scroll up in the outputs, day of year 0. Right? What I'm assuming that you've done in your code is that you've done bar clock is equal to 0, and then it's gonna fail. I'm gonna get an error. Yeah, invalid get index day of year on base integer. Yeah, right? So what you would want is something closer to this, which is a dictionary. So we can guarantee that it's a dictionary by adding a type hint to it, right? I think that's how I would do it as well. Let me give you a simple example of how I would do it, because I'm not sure that Actually, I think yours would work. Now I'm looking at it again. Yeah. I suppose, yeah. I wrote a system like this before. Do I have this in my snippets? No, I'm actually reading it and now I know what you're trying to do. Hold on. I thought I had a clock manager somewhere here. Maybe I don't. We can find it. Was it called? One of these, and then I think this one had a clock in it. Clock. Clock, clock, clock. Or was it just in Game Manager? Game Timer. Was it in Game Timer? Total play time. Pad time for timestamp. No. How did I do the timestamping? Oh, get play timestamp. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, look at that. So this is how I would do it. I'll just post this here. Don't worry, I've already done this before. One of these. We don't need Python. Is there an easier way for me to show this? I guess just looking at like this. Yeah. Yeah, so there's like total playtime. Total playtime is just an integer, right? So I store it as playtime here. Then we get the hours, get the remainder from the hours, minutes, etc. And so then you have your hours, minutes, and then your seconds, which is just the remainder. How did I figure that calculation? I don't know. I think I just Googled it. I think it was like get hours, minutes, seconds from integer. And then you probably want to append Python to it. Convert seconds to hours, minutes, and seconds. Yeah, one of these. You never want to use any of their functions though. You want to look for like an actual algorithm. I'm not helping my point here though, because they're all using built-in Python stuff. You could look at the Java ones as well. So I base it on time played. I was just making a clock that advances over time like in Stardew Valley. Yeah, but wouldn't you want to have something like a time played thing as well? So like what I posted will also just give you a clock as well based on total time played. But doesn't like Stardew Valley, it gives you like a total, like this is how long you've been playing the game for as well. And so like you could have like some sort of offset. So you have your total time played and then you have your total time in the current day. So you track those as different just numbers that increments. And so whenever you want to calculate the current time, then you'll have two numbers. You'll have, you'll have a variable called like total playtime, 0, and then, day playtime, right? And so you'll increment both of these at the same time, but if you want to get the, I don't know, there's a lot of ways you could do it. You could just track one of them, but I would think that you would want to track the total playtime as well. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry, I think I was solving for like a completely different problem. I apologize. I was solving for total playtime, but you just want current day. But I suppose it's something just to consider. Let's see. What do I want to do here? So the reason why this model is showing up with double arms, which is, by the way, not correct. Oh, hello. Just get actual scripting. What do you mean actual scripting? I've done a fair amount of scripting before. I have an itch.io. I wrote a game jam game. Look at this, you can play it here. I'm not gonna play it on stream, but like you can play it yourself, I suppose. It's all logged. I think the VODs are available on YouTube. I think that game is written entirely in GD script and also written entirely in 48 hours. So, how nice. Let's see. But what I'm doing is I'm loading in a Live2D model. So a Live2D model, that's generally what people associate with VTubers. So this is a VTuber model. Look at that. Wow. How fancy. And we can turn on lip syncing. I also recently found out that my lip syncing algorithm written in Rust is kind of broken. So that's something I'll need to fix eventually. I don't want to do it now though. But Live2D looks like this, except it's supposed to be, you know, actually human-like. And then the hard part is that it's its own proprietary binary format. So that's why I'm using some Rust code to, you know, do all the heavy lifting. And then here I construct basically the texture. I construct the entire mesh from scratch. I can't get your script working. So did you just copy and paste my script into your thing? If you did that, that's not gonna work. There's a lot of things. So like I have like a game data variable that you probably do not have. But you can replace that with your own thing. Everything else should be pretty local to that script, I think. I don't know, how do we make this bigger? Yeah, there we go. So if you took out this part, it should just work. Because everything else is a local variable, except for pad time for timestamp. I think you'll also need that. Hold on, we can find it. Where is it? Oh no. Yeah, okay. Now I just have a bunch of things. Hold on, pad time for timestamp. Where does that come from? Yeah. Here's that function if you want it. I think this one's actually pretty useful as well. And I think that's another thing with a lot of programming stuff. You don't want to just copy and paste whatever you find online for a multitude of reasons. I think when I was first learning how to program, I would always just retype out the code. Like even if it's easy, right? You can just like, oh, you know, here's the code. We can, you know, a little Control C, a little Control V action. I feel like you lose out on a lot of the kind of muscle memory that comes with, you know, typing things out yourself. You know, like this is how it's supposed to look, right? You know, this is how it's supposed to, you know, this is how it's supposed to look, this is how it's supposed to type. You know, and then once you stop following that pattern, you kind of have that gut feeling like, oh, something's wrong here, it's not gonna work, right? Like this is not what I'm used to typing. I think it sounds unreasonable, but it works for me. Works for me, I'm gainfully employed, so can't be too bad. What's a not void error mean? I don't know, what's the error? A not void error mean? A not void error sounds like a C error, but that's probably not what you're talking about. Because you're probably not talking about void pointers. If you are talking about void pointers, that doesn't match up with your the previous statements. I don't know, like what, not void? Non-void function must return, yes. Non-void function must return, yes. So you must return a value. So if you don't want to run into that error, you can just take out the type hints. I prefer having type hints because it makes it really easy to know when you're doing something wrong. Right, because I often forget, like, when I'm in the middle of a really long function, like, was I supposed to return a value, or am I changing something implicitly? Where, you know, changing something implicitly means, like, the variable exists somewhere else, but I'm changing it inside of this function, right? So, changing variables implicitly, in my opinion, generally leads to a lot of spaghetti code. And, you know, spaghetti code means it's just hard to follow, right? Because you'll come back to the code in like a week, and then you'll be like, all right, what was the code supposed to do again? I don't remember. You know, it's one of those things. Take it from someone who's had to deal with that for a very long time. and is currently dealing with that on his current project. The colon that's missing, but it exists. Well, you know, once you run into an error, it makes it easy, right? Because usually when you get the error, it tells you what line the error is on. So then you just need to run back, you know, click on the error. Usually it'll bring you exactly to the line, and then you just need to run through the line. If it's not on that line, it's probably on the line above that, and then just keep going up the chain until you find the error, right? That's where like typing things out yourself really helps, is that you can, you know what it feels like. What I'm looking at right now, by the way, on my other monitor, is I'm trying to find out how this code loads in the textures. Because right now I am loading in all the textures, right? But I'm loading them all in when I shouldn't be, I guess. Or I'm loading in all the textures, but I'm missing 3 textures. Or maybe I'm not applying the correct transformation to the texture, which is why she has 4 arms. So you can see here that I've logged out in the console. Maybe you aren't able to see it. You can see it here. I've logged out 3 texture IDs, or just 3 numbers, 81, 79, and 78. So those textures, I'm assuming, are the ones that hide the arms. Is the word string needed? Generally in GD scripts, you don't need to have types. It does help, right? A lot of my code is kind of optimized for like readability. Or not readability, but like putting the code aside for like a week or 2 and then coming back to it. Right? But generally, no, you don't need to have type hints. So anything that's like colon type equals, you don't need it, right? So like you could write this like that, right? Like var textures is equal to load textures. Now here's the question is, what does load textures give you? Can you tell me from just like reading this function, like what is it supposed to give me? And it's like, oh no, you can just click on it. All right, now we're jumping all around the code, right? That's what the type hint is for. It's like, oh, this gives me some sort of array. What's in the array? I don't care. It's something. It's something. Presumably this is an array of textures, as long as I name this appropriately. You know? That's kind of my programming philosophy, is that I don't want to have to jump around my code. Because the more you have to jump around, the more that you have to keep in your head, the more that you're gonna mix up, you know? So if I can dump everything that's in my head, you know, into the code instead, that's better. The computer is smarter than me, for sure. The computer is much better at remembering things than me, so. And then if you want to optimize later, that's easy, right? You can just start taking things out. And as long as it keeps working, you're optimizing, kind of. At least in GD scripts, the less lines that you have, generally the better. I think it does get converted to bytecode at runtime, but it's still interpreted. Whereas, you know, with this Rust code here, you can kind of lean on the compiler to optimize it for you. So it doesn't really matter how verbose you get, how many lines you have. But GD scripts, it does help somewhat, a little bit. Probably not enough to justify just taking random lines out, but you know. So my game won't launch now. Well, I'm assuming that you're on Windows, right? So Godot usually launches with one of these terminals, or I guess it's called a command line. Command prompts, yeah, it's called a command prompt on Windows. There's usually a red error there so that you can check out what it's supposed to be, or what the error was. Load parameters, save parameters, update parameters. This doesn't make sense. Hold on. Where does load textures come from? Set up textures. Is this in this file? It is in this file. At the very bottom. So reload renderer, create renderer, set up textures. Yeah. Error method failed, returning error parse error. Yeah, that makes sense. That means that you have an error that's currently in your current script, right? So a parser error. How programming languages generally work, you don't need to know. Basically, all you need to know is that a parser parses text, which means that some text somewhere is invalid. So you have an error somewhere. If you want to get really complicated, you can take a look at my GitHub, and I have written a programming language in Godot. Let me see. We can flex a little bit. GD Lisp. Look at that. Which is, look at that. Wrote my own tokenizer, parser, and interpreter inside GD scripts. How nice. Oh yeah. So tokenizing, pretty easy. You failed on the parsing step, which means that there was some symbol that it wasn't able to process. Yeah. What it is, I have no idea. I'm not looking at your code. But shouldn't be too bad. So, min app delegate. So this is some sort of, I think this is like, oop, don't pin it. Actually, I don't know. Where is this? This is iOS? iOS CMake? Wait a minute, why am I in iOS? Maybe the Windows. And then we can look at, which file was this then? This is min.l app model. Okay, hold on. Min.l app model. Min.l app model. L app. Probably this. Does this have the same? This looks similar. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, get this iOS stuff out of here. This is presumably written in Objective-C, which is why they have like this just horrible syntax. Different script node error. You can read Japanese. I can read Japanese a little bit. So this is OpenGL no texture unit texture unit. OpenGL no texture units ni texture o load suru. Oh, okay. So this loads the texture unit. I don't know why they call it a texture unit. But yeah. I can read katakana. So katakana is like the really spiky characters. And then any of the kanji, which are the more complicated ones, I can read the Chinese equivalents. So this is like texture ming ga something. Hanzi da da. Don't know. Huh. Wa roro. Bando something. This is dili, like geography or earth. Oh, skip. Okay, cool. So something about textures, reading the characters. Don't know. Don't know about the rest. I don't really know what. Oh, this is not Hanzi. This is Wenzi. It's still probably characters though. Let's see. User data. I think this is probably what I want I don't need to look at that. The iOS stuff. Actually, this says lip syncing as well. Yo. I wrote a lip sync thing as well as them. That's cool. Start motion. I don't think I need start motion. Where is there? Reload render. Okay, set up textures. This looks more promising than the weird iOS thing that I was looking at. So texture file name. Yep, that's where I am. OpenGL no texture. Unito ni textureをロードする. Sure. So texture path, texture pointer to some sort of texture info. Create texture from PNG file. Get instant lapp delegate. Hold on. Reverse engineering somewhat. It's not really reverse engineering, because technically that's against the license. But I am trying to figure out what they're doing here. So get instance, sure. Texture manager, which is on the lapp delegate. I'm assuming like it's not just gonna give me that. On mouse callback. Oh no. Okay, so there's a lot of shader stuff as well. Create texture from PNG file. So they must have a default implementation, I guess. OpenGL. Probably not third party. Really? Where's the... Ooh. Texture manager. Yeah? Texture manager. I don't know. Oh, here it is. LApp texture manager. There we go. Turns out it's called exactly that. So, oh, I mean, this is what... Oh, pre-multiplied alpha. Hold on. This doesn't really help me all that much. But I remember seeing something a few days ago about being able to do like pre-multiplied alpha on load. So I'm loading everything in dynamically. So let's see, Godot pre-multiplied alpha. So importing images, pre-multiplied alpha. Okay. So an alternative fix to fix darkened borders is to use pre-multiplied alpha. By enabling this option, text will be converted to this format. Keep in mind that the material will need to be created that uses the pre-multi alpha blend mode on canvas items that need it. That's not necessarily what I want. But I know that I can... Yeah. Guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. So I have load textures here. Then this is the image. I load the image... Image pre-multiply alpha. Eh? What does this do? I don't think this will help, but it might. Nope. Okay. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. This actually looks a lot worse. See, actually now you can see like the individual meshes that make up the entire model. Can someone write me a script that does a day-night cycle? I can't find any help. I tried Google and YouTube. It needs to be customizable, have seasons, and time changes as seasons change. I don't know. Have you tried Googling it? So Godot day-night cycle. Right? And then, yeah. Look at that. One of these. Documentation. Look at that. Ooh. She aged 50 years? Yeah. Suddenly her various body parts also got kind of screwed up. Yeah, I think Wolfpack, you are probably not going to find anything that's, you know, going to be plug and play, unfortunately. right? It's not gonna, nothing you're gonna find is gonna work how you want it to work. That's kind of the thing about game dev, unfortunately. You always need to do a little bit of customization, even if like you go like to Unity or whatever, you buy some stuff off the asset store. It's gonna be tough, no matter what. I hate to break it to you like that, but I don't know. I mean, we can take a look at this, right? So, current cycle changed. Interesting, interesting. Interesting. So time. Time. Where does time come from? Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Look at that, yeah, I mean, this looks like exactly what you want, right? Yeah. Like, this has hours and stuff. It looks very complicated. It's not what I would want to use, but I don't know. I mean, this is pretty much what you are looking for, right? And then you'll just have to grab this. I'm not sure what the license is, though. What is the license? Yeah, MIT. So all you need to do is reproduce their license in your application. So I've actually done the same for my application. So like view licenses, look at that. So you click on the button, look at all the licenses, and there's a bunch. So, you know, should work. Anyways, I feel like, what happens if I double this up? I don't think that's gonna do anything. Oh geez, yeah. Still looks pretty bad. Are there any other things on image that I can do during import? Or do I need to, do I need to convert this to sRGB? I don't think I do, but maybe. Fix alpha edges, perhaps. Detect alpha. Yeah. I feel like that. What are they doing here? In it wasn't this one, it was this one. So if pre-multiplied alpha enable. Let's see, reinterpret cast. Oh, that's good. Everyone loves C++. We have bytes. Let's just kind of wiggle them into bytes that we believe to be correct. Pre-multiply. Interesting. So where's pre-multiply here? Oh, good. Pre-multiply probably comes from STB image. Yeah. Okay. So STB image. That's probably where it comes from. STB image, header only. Oh, this is gonna be huge. So pre-multiplied alpha, and then we're looking for pre-multiply. So just slap this in here. One of these. One of these is probably it. Nope. I guess not. They might have redefined it somewhere then. But I think that's okay. Because when I turn on pre-multiply alpha in my code, it doesn't look correct. OpenGL 用 no texture or 生实 what? Using OpenGL textures 生实 or is that 感? I don't know. We're way too zoomed in here. 城市的城 generate. Oh, that's cool. How do you say that in Japanese? Say. Nice. Say. する or 生成. Oh, that's how you that's actually how you say it in Chinese. I did not know that. Usually I would just say 做. Because I'm a apparently like a small child that just uses like really simple words for all my verbs. Okay. Okay. This doesn't really help me though. So a lot of these are OpenGL functions. Don't really think I have these. Ooh, OpenGL. Third party, I don't... Is this just a binary? Oh, okay. We don't need anything in the STB. What do these do? This is just like an OpenGL library that comes from somewhere. lapp_pal header ++. lapp_pal header ++. Any OpenGL things here? Probably not. Yeah. Where does the OpenGL stuff come from? Oh, it's probably in the header. This is the C++ implementation. So this is probably, yeah, okay. There it is. Glue and the window manager. Okay. That makes sense. Well, I'm not super familiar with OpenGL, but they're doing some sort of texture generation, then they bind it. I don't know what this part is. That looks like what I want. Oh, and they also have shaders just hanging out somewhere as well. Where did they apply the shader? I'm also assuming that this is how the vignette implementation of Live2D works as well. Since the vignette implementation also uses some shader magic. Very scary. So set up textures, bind texture, then they determine, no. When did they bind the shaders? Did I miss that? Ooh. Release texture, bind shaders, shader. Where are the shaders? Create texture from Png file, yeah. Was it up here? So it was in, I was looking at setup textures, but, all right. Wasn't there's something like up here? Or where does, oh, okay, yeah. Oh, way up here. So load assets, sure. Don't need that. Really. Let's see. Just all over the place right now. Physics, eye blink, breathing, user data, layouts. One of these, I remember seeing shaders somewhere. Cubism model, create buffer, load model. Yeah, I already got the model. It's the textures. It's something to do with that. I know it, I can feel it. Because I've loaded everything in like the dumbest way possible. But I'm missing something. Preload motion group. Alright, so it's one of... Well... Just scan through this really quick. Release motion group. Updates. I don't think there's any shader stuff here. Start motion. I think I already have these implemented. Or technically, I don't have these implemented, but I have access to these via model. No, not this one. It's the other model thing. So I look in... Not the samples. We're gonna mute you for a sec. Alright. No offense taken. You didn't need my permission to mute me. Just know that you've made an enemy for life. Start random motion. Do draw. Draw model. Get render. Wait. What? Do draw and then just regular draw? So, okay. I think I have the matrix. Yeah. Reload, render, set up textures. Was this it? Bind texture and then pre-multiplied alpha. Yeah. Like texture parameter, yeah. Like there's a shader associated with it because it's OpenGL, so you must have a shader in order to render, right? No? Alright, we'll go back to this one. Not ashamed to go back. I don't know what a .mm file is. Yeah. What is a .mm file? Didn't this have some shader stuff in it? No? Set up textures, create render, one of those things. Bind texture. Create renderer, maybe? Way up here. All right. Oh, geez. Rendering OpenGL. Oh, they probably didn't like include that, huh? Yeah. 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 We can look at the Cocos 2D thing and hopefully see if I can scrounge anything up from that, even though I don't really know how to read Cocos 2D stuff. Oh, never mind. This is not helpful. That's tough. That's tough. Like, OpenGL is the best one to look at. Yes, like these are the libraries. Sedo. What? Sedo. Side party? Sado party. Third party. Thad. And then Bajon version. Bajon. Nice. Where is your shader code? That's all I want. Maybe I'm just crazy and there's no shader code like at all. Yeah, I don't see any fragment shaders. I don't see any other things. The CMake stuff doesn't look like it pulls in anything else either. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh no. You know what? It probably does. Or does Glue automatically handle the shader stuff for you? Maybe that's what it does. I don't know. Either way, I didn't see anything when it was doing all of the setup. So like this is the minimum, sure. Bind texture, release bytes, pre-multiply, yeah. App model, there's a header, we don't need the header stuff. Load assets, yeah, load assets out of bytes, after load callback. This is a callback open. Callback, this is Kwan. This means this is Tonari. Open, next. I used to know this one. B dashi. Alright. Open the adjacent something something closer. That's pretty close. motion group, preload motion group, set up textures. Where did I get the shader thing from? Like, I swear I saw it once and now I'm just tunneling on that. Yeah, I got nothing. Like, messing with the image when I loaded in didn't seem to do anything. Let's look at, let's see, it was Cubism RS. Yeah. So this is what I'm using for, you know, loading stuff in. So I believe they're not actually using any shaders, but then they're also just doing some weird drawing stuff as well. Let me see. Okay. Duplicates. Examples, Haru. I'm using the Haru stuff. So yeah, they're just loading it in. They load in both textures, yeah. I mean, that's what I do. Graphics API OpenGL, sure. I'm using an OpenGL renderer as well. What do you think is going to happen if I just restart this? And I just use OpenGL ES2. Do you think it's going to look worse? It almost might look better. I have no idea. I'm not applying any shaders to it though. Actually, the lighting is a lot less harsh in the GLES3 thing. Yeah, so they load the textures. Yeah, I'm doing that as well. They create a new renderer. They're using Gilliam. Yeah, okay. I don't really know what this part is, but I can kind of tell that they're doing a clear color, a black clear color, and then they call draw model using probably the context. This is probably transform, T for transform. G is, I don't know. So G2D, all right, let's look at this. So this is the Piston 2D backend. Piston 2D graphics. Piston 2D graphics. This is crates. I don't need crates. Just give me the GitHub. And we can peek at it. So this is using G2D, Gilliam. Oh, this is Gilliam. Okay, Gilliam. Is it Gilliam or Gilliam? I've always kind of like said it as Gilliam in my head, but that's probably not correct. Gilliam 2D. Let's see. We can see if I can find it. librs. What do you got? All right, we can just look at the docs.rs for this one. Okay, that's good. No longer actively maintained. Good sign. Good sign. Gilliam 2D. Yeah. Gilliam graphics. Gilliam. Oh, this is Piston 2D Gilliam. What a misnomer. Okay. Yeah, so I tried to run this somewhat recently, but I didn't have SDL2 on my system path, so it kind of broke. Let's see. This is probably back end. Yeah. Yeah. Gilliam 2D. Then Gilliam 2D, new OpenGL. So that's like the OpenGL thing that they're using. Don't know. Then window. So the window render, I think they're using Winit. Are they using Winit? No, they're using SDL2. Okay. It's fine. Let's see. Glsl. Huh? Okay, so this actually handles the shaders for you. Interesting. Interesting. So this gives you a basic shader. Okay. All right, and then G2D, that's Gilliam2D. Draw. What does draw do? Renders 2D graphics. Yeah, could have guessed. Okay, so draw, so targets, viewport, and then some sort of function. So draw, target, and then, okay, so this is their lambda function. So where C and G are some sort of graphics context, and then the frame. Okay, so this is the, oh, G is the frame. Oh, okay, then we go back to renderer. We're starting to work backwards now. Draw model. Draw model calls draw mesh, I know that. Yeah. Where G is some sort of frame. That's transform, and then textures. I have model. Draw mesh. I swear I've just looked at this for like forever. I don't know what to do about the textures or about the shaders. I'm assuming like I don't need to do anything with the shaders, but like even the reference cubism example didn't really have any references to shaders, so I'm assuming that glue just took care of them. GLEW, which is a very common C++ OpenGL library, I think. I don't know, I've never really programmed it using like OpenGL directly. A bit too casual for that. All right, so I can change how this works entirely, so hold on. Git status, what did I change? That's fine. Change several names. Yeah, there we go. Let's go push that to our branch, it doesn't really matter. Okay. So let's change how this works then. And by change how this works, I think what I'm going to do is expose drawable opacities and then drawable dynamic flags. I think yeah, okay. That's what I've been holding off on because that's going to be painful. So these are the struct fields, at least the struct fields that we can, you know, export. Update, I'll need that later, but not now. Let's see, drawable opacities. So that exists on Cubism Core, so that might not be accessible to me. Let me see, drawable opacities. Drawable, part opacities. Oh, okay. I guess these exist, and there's a fix me as well. Always a good sign. Drawable opacities. All right, so let's expose that. You can see it's also like an unsafe function. Pub function. Let's expose this to Godot, and then I'll let Godot handle all of the requisite rendering stuff. So this is going to be a variant array. Exports. Okay, so let VA equal variant array into shared. Okay, so okay. I'm a little nervous. Actually, can't I do like VA No, there's no append. Is that not something I have access to? Oh, extend. Okay, extend, and needs to be some sort of iterator. Okay, cool. Send it. Self. Model. Model. Hold on. Model. User model. Model. But the function this time. And then drawable opacities. Right? And this doesn't take any... Yeah, this doesn't take any things. And then just iterate. Yeah. One of these. Please work. No! Duplicate definitions with name drawable. Ooh. Oh, drawable opacity. Sorry. Opacities. Okay. Cannot borrow VA as mutable. Okay, so congratulations, you're now mutable. That might work, yeah. Actually pretty painless. And then drawable dynamic flags. I don't know why it's giving me type hints now. It seems weird. Or not type hints, but code completion. It shouldn't have access to any of that data, but okay. Actually, what are these giving me? Dynamic flags. Oh, okay, I see. So drawable opacities, that's not too bad, because these are just like opacity values. But for dynamic flags, I actually need to... I need to kind of futz with that. Because I can't just use the dynamic flag, because it's a bit flag. And I'm not actually doing any bit logic, or I'm not comfortable doing bit logic. Sorry to say. So instead we're just going to convert them all to strings, because I'm a little baby. So let's do for f in self model drawable dynamic flags. Yeah, that's it. We'll iter. And then look at dictionary helpers. How did I do this? Yeah, I guess I can just do VA insert. Oh, I meant push. Push. Excited format. And let's just get it as a string, I suppose. So this will be F, I think. That's probably fine. We'll see if it crashes when I call it. Good old seg fault or seg sieve. What's the difference between a seg fault and a seg sev? Seg fault versus seg sev. Sig sev. Sig sev. Sig sev v. A seg v. Oh, okay, they're the same thing. Cool. I've been dealing with that at work a lot, but I wasn't aware that. Yeah, that makes sense though. Signal. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I guess on like Unix systems, it's like a sig seg v or whatever, whereas on Windows, that's probably seg faulting. Anyways, let's compile. Let's not push, let's compile. So now we're exposing a bunch of things to Godot. I'm gonna copy what they're doing with their drawing logic here. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think I need to... mess with any of this stuff. Yeah, because I think my stuff is already ordered, probably. Maybe. I have no idea. It's possible. We'll give it a high likelihood of maybe. That this is probably good enough. Let's check. Drawable opacities. This should just give me a long list of things. So, this is not it. This is it. Okay, cool. Oh, you know what? This looks very correct. Also, one of them has opacity greater than 1, which is just fantastic. I don't know how that happens. Okay, cool. So I'm assuming that this drawable opacities doesn't actually match to this opacity then. So if I print out D opacity, does that mean they don't match up? No, they do. What? Yeah. Like some of these have like an opacity of 0, so that should match actually. No, I'm thinking. Yeah, what the heck? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Something's very wrong here. Why don't the opacity things match up? So the first 3 indices. Oh, you know what? Because the drawables here aren't in order. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Interesting. Interesting. So hold on. If I just try to find the index. Ooh. So this is the opacity 1. Ooh. So I always draw the opacity first, and then I draw the actual index. Okay. You know what? Oh, welcome back. Welcome back. Need help? Yeah? What else is new? No offense, no offense. I'm just a little mind flooded right now, so I couldn't come up with a better joke, so instead I just went on the attack. I apologize. How do I call upon a script? What do you mean? What do you mean? How do you call upon a script? You just call it, right? I think I require more details. It's, one of the things about programming is that you have to be very specific about what you're talking about. So drawables. Let's see. Var. Hold on. Of a control script that references another. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Keep going. Like another script, another node, another what? Another what? You have a control script that references another. We're missing a noun. Or maybe that's probably like an adjective. Basically, the script writes a text but needs info from the other script. But is the script attached to another node that's in the scene tree, or is that script just a script? And then what does your script extend as well? Because if it extends reference, then it's a script. So okay, so your script at the very top extends reference like that. Is that what you're saying? If your script extends either reference or object, then it's just a script. Is this correct? It says node, then it's not just the script. Then you have a scene object that has not been instantiated. You can still technically call it, but you're going to have a memory leak. So if it's just a script and you don't intend on adding it to your scene tree, then you should change it to reference. That's the easiest way to handle that. But then in addition to that, once you do that, then it becomes really easy. Because say that, yeah, basically like this is essentially the same thing. Even though this says GD native script, this is a reference. It says no, I can't pull it up. What do you mean you can't pull it up? But this is how you would call it, right? So you would have your script. I like to do it like this, where I just load it dynamically at runtime, but you can always preload it. But you need to load your script from your path. So you can grab a path by clicking on the file, clicking on copy path, and that gives you the nice formatted path that'll always work. Load it, create a new one. And so calling new on a script calls the built-in func init function. So one of these, init. Not everything has the init function, or I guess not everything uses the init function, I suppose. I guess it's always called implicitly, but usually most of the time, if you're working in the scene tree, you'll be using ready. If it's just a script, it will use init. So it's very Python-like. But yeah, so you'll load it by calling load the path. So you can imagine just having a string here, one of these, right? Then calling new, and then you can see here that now I'm able to call functions from that script, right? And so this factory script actually refers back to this this Rust code that I've written here. That's what I'm doing. But your code should work very similarly. So you just need to always create a new object beforehand. So that's the object-oriented nature of Godot. So you always, you need to have an object that you can call. And then once it goes out of scope, then the object is destroyed. Which is good, right? Because that means you don't need to manage the memory by yourself, which is presumably why you're using a higher level language like GD script, or even like a game engine, right? I think like C# also handles destruction for you. I think Unreal Engine, the way that Epic has wrapped all of their C++ stuff, it should handle a lot of it for you as well, from what I've used of it. It isn't working. Well, I don't know. I mean, you're not. I require more details. What do you mean it's not working? I'm gonna ask the same questions every single time. Like, what's the error, right? Yeah, you can keep saying it doesn't work, but like if you don't tell me what's not working, I can't read your mind, right? That's the nice thing about programming, is that it's easy. Something doesn't work, look at the error. What's the error? And once you have the error, then you're like, all right, well, there's the error. It's beautiful. It isn't finding my scripts. What's the error? Right, there's no way getting around, just saying what the error is, right? Because I don't know. It can't find your script for some reason. Expected identifier as member. So then how are you calling your script? Expected identifier as member. So that generally means that you have not instantiated your script yet. Did you instantiate your script like this? So you need to create a new variable to store your script in, because you're creating a new object. So there's a few ways that you can do it. You can always create an empty object at the very start of your script, or basically wherever you want, but best practice is to put all your variables that you want to live for a long time at the top of your script. See, this one, I'm just creating a local variable inside of this function, which means that this factory will get destroyed after ready is finished, right? That's the difference. So you have temporary variables and you have slightly more permanent variables. So expected identifier as member usually means that you have not created the variable yet. Yeah. Right, so get rid of this. Boom, boom. So masks, resize. This needs to be the same size as drawable opacities dot size. And then here, we're gonna change this to be, let's see, for mask in mask. This is the debug stuff. Yeah, this is, should probably really label this as debug. Just so I remember to take it out. Drawable index. Mask. For mask in D masks. I'm gonna be right back. My drink is empty. BRB. Oh, hello, I'm back. That was really quick. Let's see. If mask has mask, no, I just need to append drawable index to this. All right, so we won't. We won't use this. Well, I don't want to use masks anymore. This needs to be opacities, I suppose. So var opacities. Let's see, boom, boom, boom. Opacities, resize to that size so that we can just do index trickery here. So we don't need to print this. I think I already know about the masks as well. That's okay. We can always bring it back if necessary. Let's see, drawable opacities. So drawable, hold on, what was it called? Drawable.index. Drawable opacities. Drawable index is equal to, what am I looking for here? I'm looking for, I'm looking for the opacity, of course. Yeah, I knew that. So this is going to be d.opacity, yeah. All right, so it looks all right. Oh, I haven't done anything with it yet. Luckily, this is actually also like really quick. Like it's really quick to generate the mesh and all that. So let's see. Oh no, then we'll just do for I in there's drawable opacities, and what was the other one? Or opacities. Oh, not drawable opacity, just regular opacities, right? So for I in opacities dot size, doesn't really matter, but this gives me the numbers at the very least. If drawable opacities I does not equal opacities I, then we'll I guess we'll just print out both of them. Print. So this is %d to %d. All right, so apparently I wasn't referencing a script. So a script is always called, is always ending with .gd, right? So I'm not sure what your code looks like, but that's generally, if you're just using base GD scripts, it should be .gd. That's the most reliable way to think about it. And then once you start getting into more advanced stuff like GD native, that's no longer explicitly true. Our text is equal to time hour. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so you have a reference to a node called hour. I'm assuming that hour is your label because you have a text field on it. And you're setting it equal to your script time that has an hour variable on it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Expected, actual. Nope. Let's see. Bum, bum, bum. No? So all the opacities are being drawn as expected. That's concerning, because I thought this was correct. Which means that this doesn't make any difference. And then drawable dynamic flags, but they don't even use the dynamic flags like anywhere, right? Because I don't need to redraw. I suppose I could just redraw over and over again, but that sounds painful. So, okay, let's do it so I redraw the meshes. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to redraw the mesh every single time? Yeah, like overridable function to draw the canvas item, sure. That's not what I'm doing. I could just do this in 2D, I suppose. Okay, let's add more things. Let's expose more things. So like drawable opacities, drawable whatevers, right? Drawable dynamic flags. Then they're using constant flags for the blend mode. Vertex position. They are actually redrawing every single mesh every single time. That's crazy. I don't think that's necessary. Yeah. Like, yeah, this is exactly how I'm loading in my thing, right? Because I basically just go index by index. Yeah. Maybe. Hold on. Ooh. Oh no, this doesn't seem right. UV state, clear color with a texture. It's pulling a missing identifier error. On which line? On the hour text is equal to string time dot hour. Do you have time defined anywhere in your script? So you should have what I'm assuming, because I don't know what your code looks like, but missing identifier usually means it's in another script. Or what do you mean in another script? You need to be specific. When you're talking about programming things, you need to be like ultra specific, because there's a million things that could go wrong. I can only guess at the, well, and because you know you're a beginner, I cannot just filter out the obvious, because you could be missing an obvious thing. It's in a separate, yeah, but okay, yeah. So your thing here, so I can kind of futz with this to mimic your layout, right? So if I rename this to hour, you have it lowercase for some reason. I wouldn't do that, but sure. You can do what you want. Right, this is basically what you're doing, right? Is you're doing hour text, right? Is equal to string time hour. Like this is pretty much what you have, right? Identifier time isn't declared in the current scope, right? Is that what you are getting? Identifier time isn't declared in the current scope. Is that the error? Yes or no? All right, so that's not what you said. You said missing identifier. You said missing identifier error, which is completely different. So what you want to do is time load, and then grab the path to your time script. I don't know where your time script is at, but it's probably something like res time whatever. Right, it looks something like this. Right, and then it should work. Assuming that, you know, your time thing is just being called, right? Because it's object oriented. This is very important to understand, is that you always need to create the object first if you want to access it. You cannot just access it unless you add everything as an auto load. So if you want to just access time all the time, get it? Which is probably what you want to do, you can add an auto load. So if you go to project settings, auto load, then you can pick out the script and then add it as an auto load. So then you can just access it whenever you want, right? It's generally considered bad practice to have too many auto loads, but I think time is one of those things that would make sense to be auto loadable. So there's a few options that you have there. You can either create a new instance of time in your current script and then just refer to that, or you can auto load time and then you don't need to do stuff. You don't need to mess with that, right? So like I've done, that's what I've done here, right? So I've auto loaded cubism factory as an auto load variable, so then I don't need to instantiate it anywhere in this class, in this script, right? I can just call it because it's a singleton, basically. The singleton pattern means that there's guaranteed only going to be one instance of that object. That object will only exist once. It will always be the same object every single time, which is good. Because once you start getting into like game stuff, right? You know, you'll have many enemies on screen or whatever, so it'll be hard to tell which enemy you're referring to. But of course, in that instance, you wouldn't want a singleton enemy. You want every enemy to be distinct, and you want multiple of those. Let's see, vertex UV. I wonder if something doesn't seem right here. Something doesn't seem right, so we'll create a new spatial. We'll create a new mesh instance. The new mesh, we'll create a new capsule mesh, it doesn't matter. And then material, or is there any way for me to make this less visible? No, okay. So spatial material, right? And then albedo, oh, hold on. Albedo color A, hold on. Is there anything else I can do? Models vertex colors are processed as sRGB. I feel like I've seen that before as well. Maybe I should change that. Matte sRGB. Vertex color is flag. Sure, I don't know. True. Send it. Didn't help. Okay. The albedo color should be correct, I would think. Let me see. Is it actually setting the albedo the color? Maybe not. Like, I'm doing everything that they're doing, pretty much. Let's see. Where is your material? I'm not able to look at your material. Wait a minute. Am I adding the mesh, add surface material? Here's your surface, but I'm not able to look at your material. That's unfortunate. Huh. Oh, it's just here. Okay. So albedo color is white. Which one of these will have a not white albedo material? That's what I'm curious about. Let's see. We can do one of these. So if matte albedo color dot alpha is less than 0.1, just so we don't have any floating point errors, right? Then we can do mesh dot name is equal to albedo or opacity something, right? And then we'll insert in the they should all have different drawable indexes, or not drawable indexes, but they should have different render priorities. D.render order. Yeah. All right, so now I can see which ones are slightly different. So this one has opacity. That's not its opacity, but yeah. Yeah. Like this one, yeah, I am setting the opacity correctly. What? Ooh. So what happens if I change the albedo to all the way? I don't know. Let's just start messing with the albedos and then see what happens. Boing. I don't know what that changed. I don't really have a name associated with these. Oh, actually, maybe I do. So, Cubism Factory, Drawable has an index. I believe the index isn't actually an index, it's just the name. So it's actually kind of a misnomer. So this is d.index. Actually, yeah. Hold on. Opacity. Yeah, okay, hold on. This is tough. 'Cause I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. This should be mesh.name. This one should be... Alright, debug. Mesh.name is equal to the index. Ooh, did I not create the mesh yet? Oh, okay. Is this one actually not? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's the hold on. Hold on. Index. Okay, that's an I32. That's correct. Are these actually I32s? Drawable. Okay, yeah, the drawable index. Yeah, okay. One of these actually returned a string, like the part name. Oh, it's parts, not drawable. That's unfortunate. So I don't know what these are called. What a pain. What a pain. What a pain. D-index. Alright, so I still don't know what I'm looking at then. Because I'll need to get the... I'll need to get the part that's associated to the current thing that I'm looking at. Not just the drawable, but the parts, in order to get the name. But I know that one of... Oh, I don't think she was blushing before. Hold on. Undo me. Redo me. Oh, interesting. So this is actually... This part handles blushing. So if I just scroll up here. Alright, yeah, there's the one on the side. So it's kind of working. I just don't know why she has 4 arms. Are one of the opacity values messed up? Is that it? Yeah, so there's the blush. Yeah. One of these must refer to arms, right? One of these must refer to her arms. I don't know what changed here. Okay, so I think I do return... I do return names somewhere. From parts. Part ID... Yeah, okay, so I can get the parts. If I load in the parts and then map each part... Okay. Alright. We can do it. I'm not gonna be happy about it though. Alright, so we'll do var parts is equal to no, not factory, model dot parts, and that should give me, yeah, just a big bunch of variant arrays, and these should all be in order as well, I think. So let's see if this is okay. So we'll change this to be mesh name. Right, then here, at the very top, not the very top, but pretty close to the very top. Debug. Let's see. We can... So we have the drawable, so we have the index. So mesh.name is equal to... drawable, no. It's parts. Ooh... Parts, drawable, index, name, that's, no, ID, that's probably close enough. Send it. Ah! Invalid, get index 19 on base array. All right, what is inside parts? Yeah? What do you mean? There are 19 things. Oh wait, there's more meshes than there's more meshes. Of course, you dummy. There's 83 meshes, only 19 parts. Okay. How do I know which part corresponds to which part? Like that's the part 1 ho-ho. What the heck is a ho-ho? Eyeball. Regular eye. I don't know what these correspond to. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now that I'm looking at this. Are there possibly more arm parts than there should be? And then these all have an opacity of 1 for whatever reason. So that's part 01, arm L, so left arm, right arm. And then there's upper probably, or AB, which means they probably upper and lower arm, if I had to assume. But there's still too many meshes that exist, so how do I get the parts that corresponds to the drawable? Like this is all I have to work with, right? I have the index, the render order, draw order, texture index, indices, vertex positions, vertex UVs, opacity, masks. Oh, hello, Bumdy. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? I am making some progress. So I've come to the conclusion that I am probably completely crazy. That's about it. I don't know. Like, I'm looking at like the thing that you sent me, but I swear I saw that they were loading in shaders somewhere, so I just can't find where they're loading in the shaders again. I saw it once, got distracted, and now I can't find it anymore. But also, check this out. Look at this. Give me the link again. All right, here's the link. But I don't think I need the shaders anyways before you start doing stuff, right? So look at this, right? So if I modify these things, so take a good look, right? Looks pretty normal, no blush on the cheeks. Then if I go in and modify this opacity, because I've kind of labeled these by just putting their IDs next to them, right? Look at that. Now she's blushing very slightly. Ooh. Yeah. So, I think the opacity thing is working. It's just not probably using custom shaders though. Yeah, that's what I was. I didn't see any shaders in the repository. Also, Wolfpack, did you do the thing I told you to do? You need to create a new object first. So if you just load in your script, it's going to be a GD script object, right? So you need to instance your object. Well, you're not instancing your object in Godot terms. Instancing and creating a new object are technically different things in Godot. But if you are loading in a script, then you have a GD script object. Then you call new on that GD script object, and then you can always look at the built-in help function. So if you were to look inside search help, type in GD script, right? And it says invalid get index hour on base GD script. All right, so you know on base GD script, that's where you need to look. Base GD script, what do we have? So we have two methods, either get as bytecode or new. So new is what you want. Store the result inside of a variable, and then you can call, you know, hour or time.hour, whatever you were using, right? Still giving me the error. So what do you have? What are you using? What are you using? What do you have written down? Still same error. That seems very unlikely. What is the line? That's one of the nice things about programming, is that it's really easy to verify if someone is doing something correctly or incorrectly, because, you know, var time equals load res time gd dot new. Yeah, that looks right. So where are you calling time dot hour though, right? Where are you calling time dot hour? Are you calling it afterwards? Where are you calling it? It needs to be on the time object, right? So after you call this, like what does your code snippet look like, right? After you call this, like this is gonna fail for me, but actually it won't fail because it's lazily evaluated, which means it doesn't evaluate immediately, right? Then you should be calling time hour, right? And that should be good enough, right? That's what you're doing. So if you do like a print one of those, that should be valid, right? Is that not what you're doing, or is that what you were doing? It should not be the same error, that's for sure. Yeah, programming is a lot of reading. You need to be able to differentiate between the various errors. They're not just all like the same sentence. It's usually pretty specific about what the error is. You know, I think the biggest thing that gets a lot of beginners when the beginner programmers is that I think a lot of people are unfamiliar with failure, but I mean, that's pretty much what programming is. It's just failing, fixing your errors, and then trying again and again and again. It does not stop. Right, you're going to experience a lot of failures, but eventually you'll get to where you need to be, right? Posted the following in Discord. I can check the Discord really quick. While I kind of try to run my head through, like, what am I supposed to do? How do I get the parts? Which things do they map to? Oh no, did I? Oh no, I didn't. Yeah? Well, where did you instantiate time? Yeah, so I'm looking at your code. Where's time? Where do you create time? This doesn't look correct. Yeah, it's like you said that you did what I told you to do, but then you didn't actually do it, right? I'm not gonna write your code for you, but I can certainly give you advice on it. So you need to have somewhere, usually at the very start of your function. That's after the code you gave me. What do you mean? So what did you do at the very top of your code? You have a variable time is equal to load whatever, right? Whatever the path was, new. That's what you have. Then it should work. What's the error that you're getting now? What's the error and which line are you getting it on? Same one? Unlikely. Unlikely. What is the error? Can you paste the error? I don't believe you. Invalid get index hour on base GD script. Does it? So if I do this, right? What does this give me? This is gonna give me an error. Yeah. See, I'm calling ASDF on Cubism Factory. Of course that doesn't exist. And I get invalid get index thing on base node. And if it was a reference, it would give me on base reference, right? So that's telling me that you're not actually doing it. So have you saved your code? Did you save? Is it in the same function? What is, can you paste the entire contents of that script into Discord? Wolfpack. And if that is the entire content, then you have not done what I told you to do, which is why it's not working. It needs to be in the same script, yes? Right, because this, you can think of this as your execution environment. You can think of this as everything that's on the table right now. You know, you can think of this script as like things that are on a table. These are things that are inside of a table. So everything that's here, those are things that are on your table. Now, when you go inside of a function, it's like you're putting a chair on top of the table, right? This, you can pick things up from the table, but they must be on the table. Don't know what you're looking for. Maybe this. Is it like a shader thing? I'll have to, I gotta C++. No. Forgot to update. Yeah, that's what I thought. Script inherits from native type reference, so it cannot be instance. So are you calling instance or new? Are you calling new or instance? So fix that error. Invalid get index minutes on base node. So wait. Is it a node or a reference? Also, thank you very much, Bumd. Thank you very much. Create shader. Yeah, I figured you changed it, yeah. All right, well, invalid get index minutes on base node. So does that variable minutes exist in it? Right, these are, right, if you get an error that says invalid get index minutes, that usually means that variable does not exist. So you should go check it, you know? And, you know, and usually it will point you to the line. So if it says something doesn't exist or something is invalid, it usually means it doesn't exist, right? Here's the thing, is that the computer is smarter than you. The computer will almost never lie to you. You are not smarter than your computer, right? Oh, and thank you very much, Bumdy. This is exactly what I want. I'm very scared by it. I'm very scared. Yep, typo, yeah. See, there we go, see? Your computer will almost never lie to you. Sometimes it does, but usually that means that you're running like super low level code. And then, you know, or maybe you like, you know, a bit flipped on your RAM. That's happened to me before, but that's also like not something that's super reproducible. So whenever you get an error, just click on the error and it'll bring you to where you need to go. It's pretty simple. Unless you're doing things in threads. Well, but you're not doing anything in threads right now, so. Like, I know for this application, this runs several things in threads, which means it's almost impossible to debug like that. Because the Godot gets confused as to which thread the error occurred on. So that's when you need to, you know, start asking more complicated questions. Code isn't doing too much special. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough, right? So there's a vertex shader. It's just setting the GL position, and then it has a varying called varying UV. Sure. And then this uses the varying UV, and then just sets, yeah. So this is actually just displaying everything. So that's tough. This isn't doing anything. This is what Godot does for me already. I need to find out which of these meshes, like, okay. I think it's time to like bite the bullet. It's time to bite the bullet and just have to go through every single one of these and find which one is the arm. One of these is an arm. I don't know which one though. Oh, geez. All right, that's her face. All right. Say goodbye, face. Because I don't really have a way to map each part to the person. Or each part to like the drawable mesh. So I think all the later ones appear to be face related. So once I figure out which ones are mapped to the arms, then I can start working backwards. Hold on. Which one am I changing? Why was that one the hair? Is the hair? Ooh. That's her hair strand. Okay, stop. No. I will not do it in code. Not this. Well, okay, how would I do it via code, right? Because I need to go through one by one to see which one is the one I need to disable, right? Like, it's gonna be painful. It's gonna suck. Like, but I don't have a better way. Filter them or add it in a group. Well, how do I filter them? Right, like I don't know what I'm filtering on, because I don't have anything to filter on. Everything is just actually just an unnamed index. That's in a Godot group. But then how do I know? I don't know which ones. Yeah, so okay, so this is what I have. Right? So I have an index. I have a render order, draw order, texture index. I suppose I could filter by texture index? which would cut down on everything that isn't the face, I guess. How would you handle it even if you find the... Well, because then I'll know which ID the arm is. And then I just need to look through for things that reference IDs like the arm, right? Then I at least I know what I'm looking for at that point. I need to look for something that matches that ID, right? But right now I don't even know what the arm ID is. So it's like... Alright. A lot of these seem to be like face related, which makes sense. IDs are different on each model. Yeah, well, as long as I'm working off of this one model, if I can get working on this model, then it'll work for other models, right? Because I need to figure out, like, how are the, like, what's the difference between this arm, right? The folded arm and the outstretched arm, right? And I need to figure out how the program is, you know, differentiating between the two. Expressions? It's possible. It's possible, but like I don't have anything that would seem to help me in terms of like expressions. So I am exporting expressions here, but it's like parameters. No. Type doesn't give me anything useful. It gives me an ID, but even then, like that wasn't super useful. Like motion was another thing, or pose, right? But even then, pose wasn't very useful either. All right, if we go into sample, resources, Haru, pose. Like pose, this is not useful. I don't know what these refer to. Then even if I did know what they refer to, I don't know how do I map these back? Like this is all I have to go off of, right? Or if we look at expressions, it's like, sure, these don't seem to be talking about arms, right? Motion looks more promising, but like I still don't know how to map these back to the model, you know? So I like this, I have this, I guess. It doesn't really help me. Like these appear to be like just raw parameters, yeah. Although this makes it something really obvious to structure them hierarchy. Yeah. Like there must be something I'm missing, but I've already like scrubbed through this a few times. Like I don't know. There's not something that is really obvious here. Like there's parts, yeah, but then I don't know how to map the parts back to the, like the drawable, right? Because at the end of the day, each drawable is its own mesh. So yeah, like I'm able to find the parts, but even if I have the part, how do I map that back to the drawable? So what my plan is I'll find the drawable ID of the outstretched arms or the folded arms, it doesn't matter. I need to find the drawable ID of one of the arms and then trace it back to the part. And then if I can figure out how those two are linked, then we're good, right? Then I know how to hide parts. But right now I don't understand like what these are supposed to do. Like there's param group arms, sure. And then we have expressions, which seem to refer to param groups, maybe. Not really. Let me check the source. Yeah, like, it's tough, I don't know. There's a lot of things that don't really seem to make a lot of sense. Like, I'm assuming it's probably in this binary file. That's where the tough part comes in. But see, you might be saying like, oh, then just run update. I am running update. I am running update. That's my secret, is I've been running update this entire time. it's been running model updates. Yeah, so yeah, that there is just a binary file. So this mock3, that's one of the things that's loaded in here. Here, where is it? Here, this is what this is. No, hold on. So I have the model, yeah, user model. So that should be just the binary blob. So that's what's making it tough. Because even looking at the binary blob, right? Like I don't see how I'm able to like I don't see how I'm supposed to do anything with this. Like these things I've already I haven't done like a deep scrub through, but like from at a glance, none of these seem to be what I want, right? Okay, the script works. Time is not running. Numbers aren't changing. Yeah, because you need to change the numbers somewhere, right? You need to change. So you presumably have a process function, right? I think if I remember correctly from your code, you had a process function. No, oh yeah, you had a process function. Yeah, so what you need to do is you need to add the node to your scene tree. So that's gonna look something like, you know, assuming that you have a node, just ignore the ignore the dictionary. Then you'll do add child time, right? And that'll add it to your scene tree, where the scene tree is this thing here. So process and physics process and ready, most of these built-in functions only run when you're inside of the scene tree. Right, that's how Godot does its, I guess, game object management, if you're familiar with Unity. Unity has a very similar, Unity and Unreal both, basically all game engines have the concept of like the current running scene, I suppose. I don't think Unity's is structured like Godot's though. I think Unity's everything is just kind of like in a unordered pool, I think. I don't remember. It's been a while. But Godot, you have a tree structure. So each node has a parent. Nodes may have 0 to many children. So each node has exactly one parent. Each node may have 0 to many children. Yeah. Set theory, etc., etc. All right. Anyways, found this. Ooh, baby. Yeah, that's probably the one biggest thing I'm missing is I'm just not reading the manual. I need sleep. I can't figure it out. It's understandable. Very understandable. Some Japanese. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for hanging around though, Wolfpack. Hope I helped you at least a little bit. Writing a mock file. I don't know what most of these mean. All right. So I don't really. So this is kaki dash shin something. Banting. 모델 할게요. 파라메타. Yeah. Pot? Is this like parts? And then 手表 wrist? that's 手表 which is the watch. 手表的表 I actually don't know. Yeah, well, that's because I'm over accenting the thing. Well, also because I don't know. I mean, it's like or my Japanese. I don't know. Well, what I was just saying was not Japanese. That was actually just regular Mandarin. Unless you're talking about like me saying moderu. Because I'm just reading it one character at a time. Mabataki. Yeah, I don't know. It has lip syncing though, which is neat. I don't think this is super useful. Maybe. Built-in data, output all scenes. Maybe I'm missing something. Motion file, writing the mock file for 2.1. I don't know. I feel like the Mach 3 file is not what I want. Like, this is the actual data of Live2D models for use in applications. Yeah. Yeah. This is what I have as well. Export Mach 3. So this is something. This is Otsu, I think. Mi something. File kaki dashi. Something like that. Mach 3 file kaki dashi. Write out? Is that what it? Oh, is that what it means? Is that what it means? Is it saying like literally write out? I really hope not. Kaki. Sure. How do I get dash deshi? Sorry, deshi. Oyster. Yeah, that's pretty much what I went. So your model file that's binary, so might not be it. I'm actually interested now. What is this? How do I write this? I don't know how to write it in Chinese because it's not how you would write it. Save. Don't see it. Save as. Save as. No. What is this actually? Is it export? Please don't be export. It's close. What does that mean? Or how do I just want to get this? I just want this text, but I also don't want to write it. Hold on, we can do it. I have Japanese. Just here. Or is it? That's not kiki. That's kaki. Kaki. Yeah, and then is that dash? No, we can find it. No, is that dash? Oh, he's in. Export. He's done it. Kaki dashi. Oh my god, I was right the first time. How is he so good? All right. Well, that was a enormous waste of time. Anyways, now I know. Look at that. Look at that. Pretty proud of that. Yeah, I don't think this is what I want. This doesn't seem to have anything about like file format, so I think I'm just gonna keep doing this until I find it. Well, it's gonna suck, but that's what you get. Oh, he's done it. It's the first one. All right, well, probably should have led with this. I don't know why I didn't lead with this to begin with. Yeah, I mean, that's just the right arm, I suppose. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, what do you know? What is this one then? Like this one is completely out. I don't know what this one maps to. Oh, that's a shadow. Wait. Huh? Are you parsing the part names? I am parsing the part names. But see, the hard part is that there's only 19 parts, right? There's only 19 parts in total. But there are 83 meshes. So how do I map it back and forth between the part and the mesh, right? Assuming that I only have this, I have the drawable, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, I mean that's what I got, right? Like this is what I have for parts. Where's part? I have ID and opacity. So like how do I map between those two? Riddle me this. So drawable's parents is part. Technically, yes. But there's no, I don't see a mapping between the two, which is what I'm confused about. Also, I'm gonna save this just in case it's useful. Shader. Yeah, but you know, the question that I have is how do I map between the drawable? So this is the drawable. Which part of this maps back to the part, right? And so given a part, let me see, part iter. Where's just regular part? I don't really know. Where is just the regular parts? Part. Maybe this doesn't exist in Cubism core. I don't think that, like, yeah, I guess it's just not something that exists. Yeah. I don't think drawable's parents is part. I think that's incorrect. I think they just happen to be associated with each other. I think that's how that works. Oh yeah, here's part. Yeah, so given something, like it has the part identifier, which is a string name, even though it says ID, right? How does that map back to drawable? So this has an index, which is an unsigned integer. So I'm not sure how those map back. And then like even like the masks, right? The masks refer to other drawables, I think. Like according to, I don't know actually. Mouse callback. Run. Swap buffer, poll events. Yeah, that makes sense. Initialize. Texture sampling. Texture sampling. Callback. Window size. Window size. Windows. Size. Why doesn't window just use like a longer, like the E character? E. What are the great mysteries about Japanese? Like it uses a long extender character here, but not for that one. How strange. Yeah, I don't see any. hold on. No, I don't think I need to. Does it draw? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Like I don't have an answer, but hold on. Like these opacities are correct because there are things that are clear, right? So it's looking more correct, and then we just get rid of the other arm. So I need to figure out what the things that are already clear, what do those map to? And I need to figure out, it looks like 0, 1, 2, no, this is actually 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, yeah. I need to figure out what those map to. But see, if I do this, like that looks correct. So somewhere in the code, there's a reference to like, to 1, no, yes, 1, 2, 3, and then 5, 6, 7, right? Somewhere. Maybe not in the code, but like in the model file somewhere, there must be. I'm just not sure. So if I look through these again, yeah, maybe it's something in pose. Now I'm looking at it again, but these don't have any links. Maybe, you know what I would really hate? If this is just how the model's supposed to look. I don't think that's true, but I'm starting to think that maybe they're just trolling me. Like, yeah, we just intentionally made it bad as a joke. We got you as a social experiment. But I don't think that's actually true. Because some of the other models are also broken like that. But they should be working okay. Yori. Yeah. See, she has 2 sets of arms, which is incorrect, probably. I think if I really wanted to actually be thorough, I think I would load this into like the actual inspector and see. Because I know that I'm pretty sure that you can download the model viewer for free, so maybe I'll do that off stream. And then just check to see if the models are broken or something. I don't think that, I really hope it's not true though. But I've actually never checked to see if these are actually valid or not. So, you never know, I suppose. You never know. We'll just continue to look at it, I guess. Should do that, yeah. I really should. I don't think it's gonna make a difference, but it might. It might. Display info. Display info. It must be in like the mock file. That's what I think it must be. Parameter groups, parts, yeah. I'm seeing. Hi, seeing. I'm Tim. I'm seeing group ID. Where? Where? That sounds important. Parts, parameter groups. Oh, group ID, yeah. Well, yeah. And then those parameter groups match to, I think they match to expression. Maybe not. They map to somewhere. They map somewhere. I don't remember where, but I remember writing that off pretty early. I don't think that's it. Yeah, so these are all the JSON files. I don't need any of the JSON stuff. Yeah, it must be somewhere in here then. So if I look at the the sys. Yeah, so this is the raw C binding. Very scary. So which one of these would give me what I want? Like, where is this used? This looks get parts parent part indice. Expression mixes the parts in shaders? Oh no, I hope not. Where are you finding that from? Was it in one of the shader things I just missed? Like the motion group should be in the roughly the same thing as the expressions, right? I didn't see that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Blend, add, yeah. Blends on or off, yeah. Multiply, add. There's no subtract. There's only mix, or I guess, you know, blend, I suppose. I think Godot calls it blend mix. So I am somewhat handling that already. So there's blend, additive, multiplicative, or then mix. So that ID where you bind your part or group, eh? But this doesn't exist multiple places. Ooh. Oh, I see. I need to apply one expression by default. That's what you're saying. Oh, I need to apply the expression. I need to apply an expression because right now it's just using the default expression, which is nothing. Oh, I see. Was that what you were saying? Because I need to apply an expression. I think that might be it. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but that's what I got from it. Okay. Okay, well, wasn't aware of this expression type. Yeah, well, I don't think that would have occurred to me, but that makes sense. I don't think the val. I don't know. Let's see. How do I apply an expression then? Because I have the expressions. Didn't look at it. So I don't know. I mean, even after looking at it, I don't think that would have occurred to me. But I don't know. Like the blend modes, like there's nothing that says like subtract, right? Because there is like a subtract blend mode where it takes away like that. If there was something that said subtract, that would have tipped me off, but there wasn't. All right, so how do I apply the expression then? Because that wasn't in any of these examples. Let's see. No, man. Unfortunate. Never heard of subtract. Isn't there subtract? Isn't there a subtract? Am I crazy? So if you do bum 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 bum. Isn't there a subtract? Blend mode? Yeah, there is subtract. Yeah. There is subtract. This has subtract. Yeah, you can subtract. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Let's multiply, then you can subtract, so there's no material whatsoever. I think it'll still cast a shadow, but that's okay. Yeah. Can't gaslight me. I've already tried it. I've tried it several times. There is subtract. So we'll call it 1-1. 1 for bum-d, 1 for me. Never seen it being used. how to... I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, so cubism core, that's probably not what we want. Mock, no, we don't want anything in sys. This is the raw C binding, which we don't want. Source might be nice, but we don't want to look in... Oh, it's the controller. The controller. Okay. And so we can read in the expression and then just apply the expression. Yeah, I guess. All right, let's try it. Yeah. So this is just in the exported one, so I probably should have looked at that as well, instead of just looking at the JSON stuff. That makes sense though. So this is it's not really a loader file anymore. That's okay. I think I'm just gonna hard code the first expression, and then we'll implement the rest. we'll make it configurable later. Because I'm not sure how you would... Wait a minute. Thinking. Brain is turning. Alright, I'm gonna keep this open on this monitor. Source, expression. This looks good. Controller also looks like maybe I need that. What is ID? Oh, this is completely useless. Alright, or not completely useless, but I don't need that just yet. I've looked at model RS. I don't think motion is what I need. It doesn't appear that this is even... Oh, I don't think I need that. I think that's automatically called by model update, maybe. But there's no expression stuff. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. So, loader. We're gonna add, we're just gonna make this a superstruct. Everyone loves a good superstruct. So this is, that's expressions JSON, right? Or expression threes. And these are pose threes. These are physics threes. User data threes. These are motion threes, technically. This is JSON is JSON, right? So expressions. Suppose threes. Physics. You also need non-shared shaders. Do I? Oh, you mean like the... Yeah. No, yeah, that's not a problem. I'm creating a new shader material every single time. So these all use different spatial materials. Don't worry about that. I know how those work. All right, so... Motion threes. This one needs to be expression threes. Okay. This is pretty ugly. Boom, 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 boom. All right, cool. So that's all the JSON stuff, and then just regular expressions. So that will be probably the same thing, right? We'll just make another hash map of string 2 in option, just regular expression, I suppose. So I think that's the easiest. This comes from, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, and then this breaks in a bunch of other things, because this needs to be expression 3. This needs to be pose 3. How does it make sense to have value of -1 in blunt and seems like subtraction to me? Which one has a -1? Does that mean I need to... does that mean I need to like do some additional parsing? Oh no. I need to do like a pre-parse. No. Oh, Natori. Oh, you're looking at Natori. Okay, gotcha. Expression 5. You're saying that one of these is... Oh, no, I see it. -1. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, this one's a -2. What does that do? I suppose it's like it negative weights it. So like what I do know is that these are based off of Bezier curves. So I guess if you're curved one direction, it might curve it in the other direction. I don't know. Because I'm assuming that it's like the blend mode in addition to like some sort of mesh manipulation. That would make sense to me. But of course, you know, it's it's hard. It's hard to tell sometimes. So let's create the expressions from the same thing. Let mute expressions equal hash map. And then we'll do the same thing. So this is just expressions dot insert. Totally butchered that, but that's okay. And then this one is supposed to be... Thought I was looking at this. Yeah. From expression 3 JSON. So I think this is... Oh, this is pretty much... Not quite. Bezier, isn't it a linear equation? Should be? No. I know that what makes Live2D special is that they use like pretty complex like Bezier curve math. So check this out. For motion 3 stuff, so they have different types of motions. So they have linear motion, right? That's easy. Then they have Bezier, stepped, and then inverse stepped motions. So I'm assuming that the expressions kind of map back to motions somehow. I think that would make sense to me. But motion is a different thing. But I'm hoping that they're related. Otherwise, that sounds very scary. All right, because it makes sense that like expressions would need to map back to the motion somehow, right? I don't know. So res path. Hold on. This needs to be expression from exp3. So this is the model. Ooh. Do I have the model yet? I do have the model. Then the path is just the res path, question mark. Is that okay? Am I allowed to do this? Is this gonna break? This might break, but that's okay. Does this not exist? What is your problem? Oh, it needs to be a sum. Okay, hold on. Oh, this needs to be. Seems like motion data is only transform vectors and weights, maybe? Yeah, but the motion data, at least how it's modeled inside of the application, is that it stores It stores segments as either a linear segment, a Bezier segment, stepped or inverse segment, right? And then these have segment points, which are, hold on, we can find it. Segment points which have a time and value associated with them. So, I mean, that's what's inside of the motion file. What exactly they do, I have no idea, but that's what the library has. So I'm assuming it's probably okay. Okay, blend shapes? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Cubism results, and I think I can just okay it. So now this is technically valid. All right, so now it's technically valid. Let's send it. All right, so we have the expression. Let's expose a function. Let's expose a function. And let's see what we get. So pub function, oh no, test. And then this will just set it to a hard-coded thingy. So we'll call it before doing anything, and then we'll start drawing, I suppose. It's clever since it's not linear interpolation of blending. Is it? I don't know. Are you talking about this thing? So like the segment thingies? Or the curves which contain segments? Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, is like, as far as I understand, like this is what you usually want to use is Bezier curves for like a lot of the transforms, but how exactly it works, I have no idea. Actually, I think this might need to be a mutable reference to yourself, self, expressions. Ooh, not this one. And then we can just cheat. We can cheat because it's hard-coded. So this is going to be... Oh, that's good. I don't know what this is supposed to be. What is this? Expression name toString. Eh? Expression name toString. Eh? Ooh. What? Expressions. Name. Oh, it's probably the file name. Okay. I was gonna say, like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but okay. All right. I'll let it slide this one time. Anyways, we're gonna send it. I'm pretty sure that this is gonna be called F01 EXP3 JSON. So that should give me, I don't know, we'll just unwrap it. What is your problem? Cannot move out of this thing. Consider borrowing. Does not implement. Ooh, okay. As reference. So now this gives me, what am I working with? Apply. Self model. It's 1. Sure. We're sending it, dude. You're not the type of guy that does the first thing to declone the project, explores the source with the IDE. So I did. So I did, right? So when looking at the Rust stuff, well, I only looked at the Rust stuff. What I should have done is also looked at the actual reference implementation. But I only looked at the Rust stuff, and the Rust stuff was mostly broken, which is why I didn't pay too much attention to it. Unfortunately. Let's see. Cannot borrow as mutable. That's all right. Can I get a pointer to? Can I dereference this? So I need a mutable dereferenced thing. I don't think I can do that. Using C tags and such. What's a C tag? Ooh. Ooh. So this needs to be. It doesn't need to be mutable. It only needs to be. Oh, it does need to be mutable. All right, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. I guess I can like just forcefully unwrap it. It's for generating source code structure. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I've never had to do that. Like go to definition or see references. I kind of have that going already, right? I mean, that's how I'm jumping around to the. I'm actually looking at the real source code, not the C source code, of course, but that's generally not how I do a lot of things, which has generally served me quite poorly so far. But you know, could be worse. I think I need to take these out of the option, I think. So I think if I just unwrap these, that's fine. Then this just needs to be a regular, not a regular expression, but just like a standard expression. So then this is not a reference. We also don't need to unwrap it. I think we can just apply the self model. Oh no. As pointer. I don't think this is correct. See, this is still a reference. How do I get a mutable reference to this? Do I need to implement a deref? I don't want to do that. And dereference, unable to borrow as mutable. Help deref mute is required to modify through derefs cannot borrow as mutable. Okay, well. Isn't it mod? Oh, hold on. I forgot that this exists. All right, let's send it. We're doing it. Wait for it. It's compiling. Oh baby, successfully copied. All right. Here's the model. Right, model. What are we looking for? We're looking for. I don't know. We'll test. And then it should just work, maybe? I don't know. Then model updates. I don't know. Just 0.1. The bare minimum. No, it did not appear to work. What was the error? All right, so we panicked pretty hard. That's good. Let's just try it with Haru first. I know that Haru is the best girl, and also just the one that works. Oh, okay. So I was. Wait a minute. What? Non-existent function, test and base nil. So we broke beforehand. Standard error for output. Access is denied. All right, well. makes sense. Permission denied. What happened? So if I don't do any of this. Nope. What happened? Is it because I have it open? Is it because I have it open? No. What? I haven't changed anything. Besides like the resource path, and I'm saving. So how was this working before? So this kind of breaks. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure what happened with the loading. That seems pretty weird. But let's not use Haru anymore. I guess we'll just use Hiyori. So what expressions? Hiyori does not have any expressions at all. That's good. That doesn't seem right. Hiyori does not have any expressions. How are you supposed to pose her without any expressions then? What? Natori has expressions as well. Maybe Hiyori's are just there's your Mach 3. This Hiyori doesn't have any information whatsoever. That's very strange. Oh, this one also does not have a CDI file. Ooh. Wait. Model 3. Yeah. Ooh. I think I need to... Maybe it's the pose file. No, it's not. I don't know. And also, it's no longer really working. So I'm a bit scared. I'm getting a little tilted. Getting a little tilted, if you can believe that. Maybe that model isn't that complicated, like one part for everything? Possibly, possibly. All right, so tell you what, we're gonna recompile really quick. I'll change my Godot API to fit properly. Because I guess that is just better for everybody if I do this. Apply expression. That's probably closer to what I would want as opposed to hard coding it. We'll close this. We'll open it back up eventually, right? And actually, then this should have a... This doesn't really match with what I'm expecting, but that's okay. Oh, this is what they're called. Anyways, I was passing in the wrong file. Send it. Ooh, this is Hiyori. Give me Haru. I don't know, man. I feel so lost, and it keeps breaking. Non-existent function and base nil. I haven't changed anything. Why? Rust backtrace 1, environment variable to display a backtrace. Yeah, permission denied, access is denied. Hold on, wrap on an error value. Maybe I'm not able to load in the expressions correctly, so hold on. Loader 68. You copied the files, right? Yeah, I did copy the files. I think I'm loading them in the wrong path. So 68. Okay, yeah, so it's the wrong path. Okay. Hold on. We can do this. I think this needs to be res path join exp path. Where do I get the path? exp.file. Something like that. Then we'll recompile. Recompile. I think it works, right? Success. All right, then we'll send it. Oh baby, we have an error. So let's see. Panicked at no entry found for key. Okay. That's fine, I guess. That's actually kind of interesting. Thank you for redeeming a hydrate, Bumsy. Much appreciated. Delicious. Chug that pretty fast. Or the drink water. Alright, so it's the... I guess the file name is not being loaded in properly. This should be expression name to string. I guess we can always hit it with like a Godot print really quick. And hit it with one of these. The best type of debugging. Oh, can I not do this? Wait for it. All right, send it. That's not it. Send this one. So now we're just printing out the expression name. I expect it to break once again since I'm not going to change anything, but at least we'll get some output. I guess we did not get any output. No entry found for key, but we also didn't print anything, which is very strange. So, like, this should just run, like, as expected, right? And I am copying it as part of this build script. I say build script, but it's like 2 lines with an and statement. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's uppercase. What? Why is it uppercase? I'm looking at the right one, right? This is Haru? Is this not the right one? Did this get updated, like, somewhat recently? No. This is what I have. Alright, well, I don't know. You do you. Does this look different? No. This should have worked. I don't really have any way of like verifying if it worked or not. I'm a bit curious as to why it loaded them in uppercase as well, but that's okay, I guess. So this should have applied as 1. And then we also updated. I don't know, I'll just update just 1, send in 1. Hopefully it's okay. Doesn't appear to be doing anything. What if we do 2? Seems to be the same expression. Are you applying the blend data? Yeah, it should be. Otherwise it'd be throwing an error. Though nothing seems to be happening. So this is the code, right? Is that we just access that particular expression. So I pass in a string called expression, access it, all the expressions are stored in a hash map. So we get the expression, right? Then we can call apply an expression to a model. This is our model. Matching the IDs. I'm just using the built-in stuff, so like that should just work. And then it does some complex model stuff. I don't really know. Yeah, I mean, that looks correct to me. I don't know. Actually, it looks possibly incorrect now that I'm looking at it, right? What is the Godot part? Yeah, so the Godot part, right? Is I mean, yeah, this should be correct. So I load in the model, right? So I need to use a factory class if I want to make it work like this. But I wanted to have a familiar object-oriented syntax. So we create the model. This is the model data. So I call it update apply expression, pass in a string fo3, then we call updates just because. I don't think update will do anything. I don't know, we can take out update, see if it does anything. Yeah, looks about the same. And yeah, I don't know. Seems correct. I don't know. We can also just slap an apply expression here. Doesn't appear to be changing, unless I'm going crazy. That's not it. What do you mean that's not it? That should be it. Feels pretty correct to me. Where is your shader code plus uniform set? I mean, my uniform set. So here are the shader stuff, right? So like I do have, like it shouldn't matter, right? Like where are the shaders applied, I guess? Like since their shaders are pretty basic, so I don't think it makes a difference. Maybe it does. Right, like to draw anything in 3D, you need to use shaders. So like there's already a shader applied when you run through Godot. See, their examples are using OpenGL, so you need to provide your own shaders. So I think that makes sense to me, right? Like I could just take their shaders and, you know, see if it'll work, I guess. Most of these I don't really need, since like the texture is already applied correctly, base color already applied correctly. You know, I think the only weird thing might be the vertex shader, I guess. I don't have your full code, but like I think this is correct, right? Like if I turn off the render priority, like it's very wrong for sure. If you want to not show the part, yeah. If you want to not show the part, then you need to set the albedo, right? And I do have access to the opacity of the mesh. And I was able to demonstrate that, right? By, you know, manually going into the model and like messing with the material. All right, so if I do that, one of her arms disappears, right? Wait, hold on. Set it by the expression data. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe, oh, actually, you know what? Maybe I need to update the materials. No. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I need to update the materials after I set the expressions as well. But no, because I set the expression up here, right? I set the expression first, and now I'm reading in the materials, so that should be settled already, right? Yeah, no? No, these are constants. These are constant parameters attached to each drawable. Where are these? Where are these called from? I have no idea. You know what? I think I'm gonna call it. I'm losing my mind. I'm over time. Expose expressions to Godot. I think I'm making good progress, but like, show me the blend add value on being applied in Godot. I don't think, yeah, I think that's it, right? Is that I need to apply it separately, I suppose. Like, how do I apply those actually? I don't know. So if you go into the material, there should be params blend mode, but then I don't know. Where do I where do I apply those? Wouldn't those just be like on the albedo color, or possibly on the albedo texture as well? Like I don't. There's not really anything that I can do there. I think I would need to read in that expression data instead of like applying it on the Rust side. I would need to apply it on the Godot side. Yeah. Because and then like instead of like applying it, I don't know, model value. Oh, you know what? These are modifying the model parameters, which doesn't really help me. But if I look at Haru, parameters, one of these is parameters, parameters. No. I don't know. I don't know. Something seems very wrong here. What did the parameters do? I guess that's what I'm confused about. So in expression, yeah, that's from Cubism Core. Param value comes from, what did these map to? Ooh, param value. Where that blend add means it can be opacity in general terms. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Custom shader. I don't think that their shader is doing anything. Besides like maybe the vertex one, but I think their shader is just drawing it. Their vertex shader might be doing a thing, but I think their fragment shader is just displaying the color. I'm pretty sure that's what their fragment shader is doing, right? So looking at this, right? They're gonna texture 2D with a texture and a varying UV, which is the only thing that I'm a little shaky on. And so and it's taking in a uniform base color. So that's pretty much what I'm doing with the opacity. Array, uniform shader, so it blends it. I don't think it's doing that. I think their shader is just displaying the color. I think there's something weird going on with their vertex shader. I'm not really sure what this is doing. It looks like it's kind of swizzled. They swizzled the position with a Z value of 1. So they have a vector 3 position, and then they kind of swizzle it. That's not what swizzling means, but you know what I mean. And then they get some sort of UV thing. I don't know where this UV parameter comes from. Might be from motions if that's the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But see, that's what I'm not sure where the add thing goes. But I don't think there's anything to do with opacity with the shader stuff. That's basically my point. Like with motions, I need to figure out what they're doing here. I'm pretty sure I know. This looks really basic. I'm pretty sure motions are just messing with their vertices. I could do visibility equals blend value. I could. Instead of using, well, yeah, I would need to check both the opacity and the blend value, I suppose. Anyways, I think I'm gonna work on this later. My mind is too tilted to work anymore. But I don't know. I mean, if you are interested in looking at what I have got cooking, as they say, check that out. There's the Rust code. Of course, you'll need the Rust compiler, and then you'll also need to follow the instructions for compiling and all that. It's a bit tough. But I'll work on this later. Good progress though. Yeah, I'm very slowly figuring out how to make this work in Godot. That would be pretty cool. IMO. API changes from Rust. So I'll push this as well. Yeah, so this is I don't know. We'll just search here like that. Where is it? Live2D test project as well. You could also install Unity plus the Live2D viewer plugin. See if it's not binary. I don't think. I think the. No, if it's Unity, then it's probably like in C#, I suppose. I don't know. Maybe. If I get desperate, then I'll do it. But I'm not quite desperate enough just yet. We're slowly getting there, though. The desperation is starting to add up, but not yet. Morale is still relatively high, but I also like have stuff to do. But thanks for tuning in. I'll be live for sure. Well, hard to say for sure Sunday, since there's going to be like a winter storm over the weekend that may or may not knock out the power, since I do not live in a place that usually gets winter storms. But I'm planning Sunday. Probably working on this again. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Give the channel a follow if you haven't already. There's a Discord. Here. There's a GitHub. Here. All that good stuff. Yeah. C# is perfect to understand what it does. Oh yeah, for sure. It's easier to read, at least. But yeah. Take it easy, Bumd.